Tonight, you step onto the sun-washed quay of Veracruz in the late 1830s, where salt air carries coffee and spice over cobblestones warm from the Caribbean sun. You move through a polyglot murmur, Spanish, French, English, and indigenous tongues, past stalls of silver and citrus, past a pastry shop whose cracked glass still remembers unrest. You feel the city's pulse between old colonial stone and new republican facades, a young nation balancing memory and promise. Somewhere beyond the harbor light, pale sails gather on the horizon, and a small grievance begins to swell into the business of empires. Chapter 1: The Pastry War Amputation. The blockade that followed was a masterpiece of naval strategy, designed to strangle Veracruz economically, while demonstrating France's ability to project power across vast oceanic distances. Mexican merchant ships found themselves trapped in harbor, their cargoes rotting in the tropical heat, while their owners watched their fortunes evaporate. The psychological pressure was as effective as the physical blockade. Here was proof that Mexico's independence from European control was more theoretical than real. Into this tense atmosphere stepped General Antonio López de Santa Anna, a man whose very presence seemed to alter the emotional temperature of any room he entered. Picture him as he was then, tall, commanding, with the bearing of someone who had never encountered a stage he couldn't dominate. His uniform, immaculate, despite the heat, bore the insignia of his rank with the kind of precision that spoke to a man who understood that appearance was power, and power was everything. Santa Anna's reputation preceded him wherever he went in Mexico. He was known as the Napoleon of the West, a sobriquet that revealed both his ambitions and his sense of theatrical destiny. His political career had been marked by a remarkable ability to position himself on the winning side of conflicts, sometimes switching allegiances with a speed that would have been scandalous in a lesser man, but somehow seemed like strategic brilliance when executed by someone of his charisma and timing. The general's personal history read like a novel of adventure and political intrigue. Born into a middle-class family in Jalapa, he had parlayed his natural leadership abilities and military talents into a career that had already seen him rise to the presidency of Mexico multiple times. His supporters saw in him a strong man who could provide stability in a nation torn by factional disputes. His enemies viewed him as an opportunistic caudillo whose primary loyalty was to his own advancement. Santa Anna had already lived several lifetimes' worth of adventure by this point in his career. He had fought for and against various causes, had held and lost political office, had tasted both victory and defeat with the kind of equanimity that comes only to those who understand that fortune's wheel turns constantly. But on this day in December of 1838, as he rode toward the sound of French cannon fire, he could not have imagined that he was approaching the moment that would transform him from merely another general in a turbulent nation into the protagonist of one of history's most peculiar funeral stories. His journey to Veracruz had been marked by the kind of theatrical gestures that characterized all his public appearances. Towns along his route had welcomed him with parades and speeches, their citizens viewing him as Mexico's savior against foreign aggression. Santa Anna played his part perfectly, delivering stirring addresses about national honor and the sacred duty to resist European imperialism. Each speech was a performance, carefully crafted to enhance his image as the indispensable man of Mexican politics. The general's entourage reflected his taste for display and ceremony. His personal staff included not only military officers, but also secretaries, valets, and even a personal chef who ensured that Santa Anna's meals maintained the standards befitting a man of his station. His traveling coach, specially constructed for comfort during long journeys, was upholstered in fine leather and equipped with every amenity that contemporary technology could provide. As he approached Veracruz, Santa Anna could see the French ships anchored offshore, their presence a stark reminder of Mexico's vulnerability to European naval power. The sight would have stirred complex emotions in a man who had spent his career fighting for Mexican independence and sovereignty. Here was concrete evidence that the colonial era had not truly ended, that European powers still believed they could dictate terms to American nations through the simple expedient of superior firepower. The battle itself unfolded with the kind of chaos that characterizes all armed conflicts. But imagine it through the lens of that particular time and place. The French forces, disciplined and well-equipped, advanced with the methodical precision of a European army. Their artillery pieces, wheeled into position with practiced efficiency, began to speak in the universal language of war. The Mexican defenders, fighting on their own soil with the desperate courage of those who have everything to lose, responded with a ferocity that surprised their attackers. The bombardment of Veracruz began at dawn on December 5, 1838, with a thunder that could be heard for miles inland. The French gunners, veterans of European campaigns, worked with mechanical efficiency, their cannons firing in sequence to maintain a continuous rain of iron on the Mexican positions. The fortress of San Juan de Ulua, Veracruz's primary defense, responded with its own artillery, but the disparity in firepower was immediately apparent. Picture, if you will, the bustling port city of Veracruz in the late 1830s. The Caribbean sun beats down on cobblestone streets where merchants hawk their wares, and the salt air carries the mingled scents of spice, coffee, and the ever-present humidity of the tropical coast. This is Mexico, in a time of transition, a young nation still finding its footing after independence from Spain, still learning the delicate dance between sovereignty and the powerful nations that eye its resources with barely concealed hunger. Mexican civilians huddled in their homes as cannonballs crashed through roofs and walls, their daily lives suddenly transformed into a nightmare of smoke, noise, and destruction. Churches offered sanctuary to families with nowhere else to flee, their thick colonial walls providing some protection against the French bombardment. The priests who tended these refuges moved among their congregations offering comfort and prayer, their own faith tested by the apparent randomness of war's devastation. Santa Anna moved through this maelstrom with the confidence of a man who believed himself to be touched by destiny. You can envision him issuing orders, his voice carrying over the din of battle, his very presence steadying the men around him. The general had always possessed an almost mystical ability to appear at the crucial moment, to materialize wherever the fighting was thickest, as if drawn by some magnetic force toward the places where history was being written. His tactical approach to the defense revealed both his strengths and limitations as a military commander. Santa Anna understood the importance of morale and personal leadership, but his strategic thinking often relied more on inspiration than on careful planning. He moved from position to position, encouraging his men with stirring speeches about dying gloriously for Mexico, his words carrying the weight of absolute conviction in their righteousness. The Mexican soldiers under his command represented a cross-section of the nation's military traditions. Regular army units, trained in European-style tactics, fought alongside irregular forces whose combat experience came from years of civil warfare. Indigenous fighters, their loyalty bound more to local commanders than to distant governments, brought their own style of warfare to the defense. This diversity of military cultures created both opportunities and challenges for Santa Anna, as he attempted to coordinate a coherent defense. The French assault was methodical and professional, reflecting the military reforms that had transformed European armies since the Napoleonic era. Their sappers advanced under covering fire, digging trenches, and placing explosives with the patience of men who had learned that victory often belonged to those who could endure discomfort longest. Their officers, trained in the military academies of France, applied textbook principles of siege warfare with the confidence that comes from superior resources and professional expertise. It was in one such moment, as Santa Anna directed the defense of a key position near the city's main gate, that fate intervened in the form of a French cannonball. The iron sphere, heated by its passage through the air, struck with the kind of devastating force that leaves no room for heroic last words or dramatic gestures. In an instant, the general's left leg was mangled beyond any hope of salvation, the bone shattered, the flesh torn in ways that would have made even the most experienced battlefield surgeons shake their heads in grim recognition. The cannonball that struck Santa Anna had been fired from a French 24-pounder, one of the most powerful artillery pieces of its era. The projectile, weighing nearly 25 pounds, had maintained its velocity across the relatively short distance between the French batteries and the Mexican defensive positions. The impact occurred just below the knee, with the ball continuing its trajectory into the stone fortification behind the general, where it embedded itself with such force that it cracked the masonry. His aide-de-camp, Colonel Josemaria Tornel, was among the first to reach the fallen general. Tornel, a man whose loyalty to Santa Anna bordered on worship, immediately took charge of the evacuation, his own emotional composure maintained only through supreme effort of will. The colonel had witnessed many battlefield injuries during Mexico's long years of civil conflict, but seeing his commander, the man he considered the embodiment of Mexican greatness, reduced to bleeding mortality, was a shock that would haunt him for years. The moments that followed blur together in the way that traumatic events often do. Picture the confusion as Santa Anna's men realized what had happened. The desperate attempts to stem the bleeding, the urgent consultation among the military physicians who had seen too many such injuries to hold out much hope. The general himself, displaying the kind of stoicism that would become central to his legend, remained conscious through much of the ordeal, his mind perhaps already beginning to spin the narrative that would emerge from this moment of physical destruction. The military surgeon who examined Santa Anna's wounds was Dr. Pedro del Villar, a man whose medical training had been acquired through practical experience rather than formal education. Del Villar had served with the Mexican army for over a decade, his skills honed by necessity and the constant demands of caring for wounded soldiers with limited resources. One glance at Santa Anna's mangled leg told him that amputation was the only option. The alternative was almost certain death from infection or blood loss. The city itself was a tapestry of contradictions, where Spanish colonial architecture stood alongside newer Republican buildings, their facades weathered by the constant assault of sea spray and tropical storms. Indigenous vendors sold their wares next to European merchants, their voices creating a polyglot symphony that spoke to Mexico's complex identity. The very stones of the streets seemed to vibrate with the energy of a nation caught between its ancient roots and its modern aspirations. The amputation itself took place in conditions that would horrify modern sensibilities. Imagine the makeshift surgery, performed in whatever shelter could be found, with instruments that had been designed for battlefield expediency rather than precision. The smell of chloroform, if it was available at all, mingling with the metallic scent of blood, and the acrid smoke that still drifted from the battle lines. Santa Anna endured this procedure with the same theatrical dignity he brought to every aspect of his public life, treating his suffering as another performance in the grand drama of his existence. The surgery was conducted in a small room above a merchant's shop, hastily cleared of its commercial contents to serve as an operating theatre. The merchant, a man named Sebastian Morelos, had offered his premises without hesitation when he learned that the wounded man was General Santa Anna. The room's windows provided the only light for the procedure, while servants held mirrors to direct additional illumination onto the surgical site. Dr. Del Villar's instruments were basic but functional: bone saws, surgical knives, needles for suturing, and various implements for controlling bleeding. These tools, carried in a leather case that had seen service in dozens of previous operations, bore the wear marks of constant use. The surgeon's technique was swift and sure, his movements economic and precise. He had learned long ago that prolonged operations often killed patients as surely as leaving them untreated. Santa Anna's behavior during the amputation became part of his legend, almost immediately. Witnesses reported that he remained conscious throughout most of the procedure, occasionally issuing orders to his subordinates, as if the surgery were merely another military operation requiring his attention. His ability to maintain this facade of control, even while enduring what must have been excruciating pain, impressed even his political enemies, and added to his reputation for superhuman strength of will. As the severed limb was carefully preserved, for reasons that would become clear later, Santa Anna began the process of transforming his injury into something larger than a simple casualty of war. Even as he lay recovering, his mind was already working on the narrative that would emerge from this moment. The leg had been lost in defense of Mexico, sacrificed in the service of the nation, and therefore deserved to be remembered not as medical waste but as a patriotic relic. The preservation of the limb involved techniques that were both practical and symbolic. Dr. Del Villar, following Santa Anna's explicit instructions, treated the severed leg with salt and other preservatives, before sealing it in a specially constructed container. This process, while medically unnecessary, was clearly intended to facilitate the ceremonial purposes that Santa Anna already envisioned for his lost appendage. The container itself was crafted by a local artisan from imported hardwood, its construction supervised personally by Colonel Tornell. The recovery period that followed was marked by the kind of orchestrated drama that would characterize Santa Anna's entire approach to his injury. Visitors to his bedside found him not broken by his loss, but somehow enlarged by it, speaking of his sacrifice with the kind of elevated language typically reserved for religious martyrs. He had given his flesh and blood for Mexico, and Mexico, he suggested, owed him a debt that could never fully be repaid. These bedside audiences became theatrical performances in their own right. Santa Anna, propped up on pillows and surrounded by the trappings of military command, received a steady stream of visitors ranging from local dignitaries to foreign diplomats. Each encounter was carefully orchestrated to reinforce his image as a wounded hero, a man who had literally shed his blood for his country's independence. His conversations, reported in newspapers and repeated in salons, gradually transformed the amputation from a medical procedure into a patriotic sacrament. The general's recovery was complicated by the primitive state of medical knowledge in 1838. Infection was a constant threat, pain management was rudimentary, and the prosthetic devices available were crude and uncomfortable. Santa Anna endured these challenges with characteristic flamboyance, turning his physical limitations into opportunities for dramatic display. His specially designed wooden leg, crafted by skilled artisans and decorated with patriotic symbols, became as much a part of his public image as his elaborate uniforms. During these quiet hours of convalescence, as the general adjusted to his new reality, the preserved leg waited in its container, a tangible reminder of the price of patriotic service. But Santa Anna's mind was already moving beyond mere recovery towards something far more ambitious. A public recognition of his sacrifice that would cement his place in the national consciousness and provide a foundation for his political future. In the cantinas and coffeehouses, conversations flowed in multiple languages: Spanish, French, English, and various indigenous tongues, as traders negotiated deals that would send Mexican silver to European banks and European manufactured goods to Mexican households. The port buzzed with activity from dawn to dusk, as ships from around the world discharged their cargoes and took on new ones, each vessel a thread in the complex web of international commerce that was gradually binding the world together. The concept of memorializing his severed limb was not simply an expression of personal vanity, though Santa Anna possessed vanity in abundance, but a calculated political strategy. In a nation where symbolic gestures carried enormous weight, where religious and patriotic imagery were deeply intertwined, the general understood that his sacrifice needed to be made visible and permanent. The leg would serve as a physical reminder of his service, a relic that could be venerated, and that would keep his name alive in public memory long after the immediate circumstances of its loss had been forgotten. The stage was being set for an event that would transform a routine military injury into a spectacle that would be remembered long after the Pastry War itself had faded from popular memory. Santa Anna understood, perhaps better than any of his contemporaries, that in the theatre of public life, it is not enough merely to suffer, one must suffer magnificently, and one must ensure that the suffering is witnessed, recorded, and transformed into legend. His vision for the leg's memorial went beyond simple commemoration to embrace a complete mythology of sacrifice and heroism. The limb would not merely be buried or preserved, it would be enshrined, celebrated, and incorporated into the civic rituals of the Mexican state. Through this process, Santa Anna's personal loss would become a national symbol, his private pain transformed into public patrimony. The general's understanding of symbolic politics was remarkably sophisticated for his era. He grasped intuitively that modern nations required more than mere governmental structures to maintain their cohesion. They needed shared symbols, common narratives, and public rituals that could bind diverse populations together in emotional unity. His leg, properly presented and ceremonially honored, could serve all these functions while simultaneously advancing his own political ambitions. As news of Santa Anna's injury spread throughout Mexico, the public response revealed the deep emotional connection between the general and the Mexican people. Churches held special masses for his recovery, newspapers published stirring editorials about his sacrifice, and ordinary citizens organized fundraising efforts to support his medical expenses. This outpouring of sympathy and admiration confirmed Santa Anna's assessment of his own political value, and encouraged him to think even more ambitiously about the ceremonial possibilities inherent in his loss. In this setting we encounter what history has dubbed the Pastry War, a conflict so named for its humble origins in the complaint of a French pastry chef. Imagine yourself as a witness to this peculiar moment in diplomatic history, where the grand machinery of international relations was set in motion by something as simple as unpaid bills and damaged goods. The French government, seizing upon the grievances of its citizens living in Mexico, demanded compensation for losses suffered during periods of civil unrest. When Mexico refused to pay, France responded with the full weight of its naval power. The pastry chef at the heart of this dispute was one Monsieur Remontel, whose elegant establishment had been ransacked during one of Mexico's frequent political upheavals. His delicate cream puffs and ornate wedding cakes, the products of years of training in Parisian kitchens, had been trampled underfoot by rioting soldiers who cared nothing for the subtle art of French patisserie. The monetary loss was relatively small, 60,000 pesos, but it represented something far larger in the minds of French officials, the principle that European citizens and their property must be protected wherever they chose to conduct business. King Louis Philippe's government saw in Remontel's complaint an opportunity to flex France's muscles in the New World, to demonstrate that the age of European deference to upstart American republics was far from over. The demand for compensation quickly escalated into a broader assertion of French commercial rights, with claims totaling 600,000 pesos, 10 times the original amount. Mexico's refusal to pay was seen not merely as a financial dispute, but as an affront to French national honor. The French fleet arrived at Veracruz like a gathering storm, their ships bristling with cannons and carrying the authority of a European power that had grown accustomed to having its way in matters of international commerce. The sight of these vessels, their sails taut with Atlantic winds, would have been both magnificent and terrifying to the residents of the coastal city. You can almost hear the creaking of ship timbers and the distant sound of orders being shouted across the water as the French prepared to enforce their demands through force. Admiral Charles Baudin commanded this flotilla with the confidence of a man representing the world's second most powerful nation. His flagship, the Neredi, was a symbol of French technological superiority, her bronze cannons gleaming in the tropical sun, her crew drilled to a precision that spoke of France's naval traditions. Surrounding her were smaller vessels, each carrying the tricolour flag that had once followed Napoleon across Europe, and now sought to establish French commercial dominance in the Americas. Chapter 2. A Hero's Limb Laid to Rest. The crystal itself had been imported from the finest glassworks in Bohemia, its clarity and brilliance considered essential to the dignity of the relic it would contain. The artisans who worked on the urn spent weeks perfecting the engravings that adorned its surface, their chisels creating intricate patterns that combined pre-Columbian motifs with contemporary patriotic symbols. Eagles and serpents, drawn from Mexico's national coat of arms, intertwined with cornstalks and agave plants, creating a visual narrative that rooted Santa Anna's sacrifice in the deepest symbols of Mexican identity. The ceremony's influence on subsequent Mexican political theater was profound and enduring. Future Mexican leaders, while rarely attempting to replicate Santa Anna's specific approach, learned from his example about the power of symbolic gestures and ceremonial occasions to build political support. The funeral established expectations about presidential dignity and theatrical flair that influenced Mexican political culture long after Santa Anna himself had left the scene. As the sun set on February 27, 1839, and the last participants departed the Santa Paula Cemetery, the transformation of Santa Anna's personal loss into national legend was complete. The leg that had been severed by French artillery had been reborn as a symbol of patriotic sacrifice, its burial marking not an ending, but a beginning, the creation of a political myth that would serve its creator for years to come, until the very theatrical instincts that had made it possible would ultimately contribute to his dramatic fall from power. The wheel of fortune that had elevated a severed limb to the status of national relic would eventually turn again, and when it did, not even the most sacred symbols would be safe from the judgment of history and the anger of a betrayed people. The alcohol used for preservation had been distilled from the finest agave plants, a detail that Santa Anna had insisted upon, as a way of ensuring that every element of the leg's preservation reflected Mexican craftsmanship and natural resources. The liquid, crystal clear, and maintained at precisely the right concentration to prevent decay, had been blessed by the Archbishop of Mexico City in a private ceremony that added religious sanctification to the scientific process of preservation. The inscriptions on the urn's surface had been composed by the finest poets and scholars in the capital, their Latin phrases chosen for their classical dignity and their ability to elevate the limb's sacrifice into the realm of eternal heroism. Dulci et decorum est pro patria mori, sweet and proper it is to die for one's country, appeared prominently, adapted to acknowledge that while Santa Anna himself had not died, a part of him had made the ultimate sacrifice for Mexico's independence. As the ceremony approached, Mexico City transformed itself into a stage worthy of the drama about to unfold. The route from the National Palace to the Santa Paula Cemetery had been decorated with an elaborate display of national pride. Imagine walking along these streets in the early morning hours, witnessing the final preparations, workers hanging garlands of flowers from every available surface, their petals creating a carpet of color that would cushion the passage of the funeral procession. The Mexican flag draped from balconies like ceremonial vestments, its green, white and red, creating a rhythm of national identity that pulsed through the urban landscape. The flowers themselves had been selected with careful attention to their symbolic meanings. Marigolds, sacred to the indigenous peoples and associated with remembrance of the dead, predominated in the arrangements, their orange and yellow petals creating a warm visual foundation for the ceremony. White roses, symbols of purity and sacrifice, were interwoven with red carnations representing the bloodshed for Mexican independence. The overall effect was of a city draped in living monuments to the themes of sacrifice and national devotion. The flags hanging from every balcony had been manufactured specifically for this occasion, their colors more vibrant and their proportions more perfect than the everyday banners typically displayed during national celebrations. Each flag had been inspected by government officials to ensure that it met the exacting standards considered appropriate for such an unprecedented ceremony. The cost of these decorations, paid from the national treasury, had been substantial, but Santa Anna had insisted that no expense be spared in honoring his sacrifice. Temporary platforms had been erected at strategic points along the procession route, their construction supervised by the same engineers who had designed Mexico City's most important public buildings. These structures, draped in black and gold bunting, would serve as stages for the speeches and ceremonies that would punctuate the funeral march. Each platform had been positioned to maximize both its visibility to the crowds and its acoustic properties, ensuring that the orations delivered from them would carry as far as possible through the assembled multitudes. The morning sun climbed higher, casting its light on the gathered crowd that had begun to assemble along the procession route. Picture these faces, each one representing a different strand of Mexican society, indigenous peoples in their traditional dress, their expressions mixing curiosity with the kind of patient dignity that comes from having witnessed the rise and fall of many leaders. Merchants and artisans in their finest clothes, understanding that attendance at such events was both a social obligation and a business opportunity. Government officials and military officers, their uniforms pressed and their faces arranged in expressions of appropriate solemnity. The crowd's composition revealed the complex social stratifications of Mexican society in the 1830s. At the front, closest to the processional route, stood the wealthy Creole families whose Spanish ancestry and substantial landholdings gave them privileged access to such ceremonies. Their clothing, imported from European fashion houses or crafted by the finest local tailors, marked them as clearly as any title or decoration. The women wore mantillas of the finest lace, their patterns so intricate that they seemed like architectural drawings rendered in thread, while the men's formal coats bore the subtle but unmistakable markers of wealth and social position. Behind them pressed the emerging middle classes, successful merchants, skilled artisans, low-level government functionaries, and professional men whose prosperity had grown with Mexico's independence, but whose social status remained somewhat uncertain. These citizens had dressed for the occasion with particular care, understanding that their appearance at such a ceremony was both an expression of patriotic duty and an opportunity to display their own rising fortunes. Their clothes, while well made, lacked the effortless elegance of the true aristocracy, but their presence in significant numbers spoke to the social changes that independence had brought to Mexican society. The morning of February 27, 1839, dawned with the kind of crystalline clarity that seems to bless the most significant moments in human history. Picture yourself standing in the heart of Mexico City, where the cobblestones still hold the coolness of night, while the first rays of sunlight begin to paint the colonial facades in shades of gold and amber. The air carries the familiar sense of a city awakening, wood smoke from countless breakfast fires, the sweet fragrance of fresh tortillas, the distant aroma of coffee beans being ground in market stalls. But on this particular morning, there is something else in the atmosphere, an electric anticipation that speaks to the approaching spectacle. Further back in the crowd stood the working classes of the capital, laborers, domestic servants, street vendors, and craftsmen whose daily labor sustained the city's economic life. Their clothing, clean but simple, reflected both their economic limitations and their genuine desire to participate respectfully in what they understood to be an important national ceremony. Many had sacrificed wages by taking the day off from work, a decision that reflected both their patriotic sentiment and their recognition that such events were rare enough to justify the economic cost of attendance. The indigenous peoples who had gathered for the ceremony occupied a complex position within the crowd's social geography. Some, particularly those who had achieved some measure of success within the colonial and post-colonial economic systems, stood near the front of the assembly, their traditional dress marking their cultural identity, while their presence in prominent positions reflected their integration into the broader Mexican society. Others, particularly those from rural areas who had traveled to the capital specifically for the ceremony, remained at the crowd's edges, their participation more symbolic than social. Women of all social classes had turned out in extraordinary numbers, their presence reflecting both the ceremonial nature of the occasion and their traditional role as guardians of family and community memory. Many carried small children, understanding that witnessing such unprecedented events was part of the education that would prepare these young Mexicans for their own roles as citizens. The sight of so many mothers and children in the crowd added an element of domestic intimacy to what might otherwise have been purely a military and political spectacle. The carriage itself was a masterpiece of Mexican craftsmanship, its construction having required the collaboration of the capital's finest woodworkers, metalworkers, and upholsterers. The chassis had been built to heavier specifications than normal carriages, both to provide appropriate dignity for its unusual cargo and to ensure that it could support the weight of the crystal urn and its elaborate mounting system. The wheels, larger than those typically used for funeral vehicles, had been designed to roll smoothly over the cobblestone streets, minimizing any jarring motion that might disturb the ceremony's solemnity. The interior of the carriage had been upholstered in materials chosen for their symbolic significance as much as their beauty. The red velvet that formed the platform for the urn had been dyed using cochineal, a product of Mexican insects that had been prized since pre-Columbian times for the richness and permanence of the color it produced. The silver fittings throughout the carriage had been crafted from Mexican silver, mined in the mountains of Guanajuato, and worked by artisans whose skills had been passed down through generations of craftsmen. The windows of the carriage had been fitted with specially ground glass that would provide clear views of the urn while filtering the harsh Mexican sunlight to prevent glare from interfering with the ceremony's visual impact. These windows could be opened or closed depending on weather conditions, but their primary purpose was to create a kind of mobile shrine that would allow the crowds to view the relic as it passed through the streets. The glass itself had been etched with subtle patterns that would create prismatic effects when struck by sunlight, adding an element of almost supernatural beauty to the preserved limb's appearance. The carriage's exterior decorations reflected a careful balance between mourning and celebration, grief and triumph. Black bunting draped the vehicle's sides, but silver thread woven through the fabric caught the light and prevented the overall effect from being too somber. The horses selected to draw the carriage were matched black stallions, their coats groomed to mirror-like perfection, and their manes braided with silver ribbons that echoed the metalwork on the vehicle itself. The military escort assigned to accompany the funeral procession assembled with the kind of precision that speaks to months of careful planning. Imagine these soldiers, their uniforms immaculate, their movements synchronized with the mechanical perfection of men who understood that they were participating in a moment that would be remembered long after they had returned to their barracks. The regimental bands tuned their instruments, the brass catching the light while the drummers tested their rhythm, preparing to provide the musical accompaniment that would transform a simple journey across the city into a symphony of patriotic mourning. The selection of military units for the escort had been made with careful attention to their symbolic significance and their practical capabilities. The honor guard consisted of members of the Presidential Guard, elite soldiers whose loyalty to Santa Anna was absolute and whose appearance in full-dress uniform would underscore the personal nature of the ceremony. These men, many of whom had served with Santa Anna in various campaigns, understood that they were honoring not just a national hero, but their own commanding officer. The regimental bands chosen for the ceremony represented different branches of the Mexican military, their combined presence symbolizing the unified nature of the armed forces' tribute to their wounded leader. The artillery band, with its emphasis on brass instruments, would provide the deep, resonant notes that would give weight and dignity to the funeral march. The infantry band, with its mixture of winds and percussion, would add the rhythmic elements that would help coordinate the procession's movement through the city's streets. The capital itself seemed transformed in the pre-dawn hours, as if the very architecture had been touched by the significance of the day ahead. The great cathedral's bells had rung the hour with unusual resonance, their bronze voices carrying farther than usual through the thin mountain air. Street vendors, normally focused solely on commerce, arranged their wares with unusual precision, sensing that this day would bring customers whose purchasing decisions might be influenced by the gravity of the occasion they had witnessed. The cavalry units assigned to the escort had been selected as much for the visual impact of their mounted formations as for their ceremonial significance. The sight of uniformed horsemen flanking the funeral carriage would create a moving tableau that would impress observers with the military's commitment to honoring Santa Anna's sacrifice. The horses themselves had been groomed and trained for months to ensure that their behavior during the ceremony would be appropriate to the solemn nature of the occasion. The musical selections for the ceremony had been chosen through extensive consultation between Santa Anna's personal staff and the military bandmasters. Traditional funeral dirges formed the foundation of the repertoire, but these had been supplemented with patriotic hymns and specially commissioned pieces that celebrated both the general's sacrifice and Mexico's national independence. The overall musical program was designed to guide the emotional responses of the crowds, creating a soundtrack that would enhance the ceremony's impact and ensure that participants would remember not just what they saw but what they felt. As the appointed hour approached, Santa Anna himself appeared, his presence immediately altering the emotional temperature of the gathering. Picture the general as he was on that morning, impeccably dressed in his finest uniform, his bearing somehow more regal than it had been before his injury. The wooden leg that had replaced his lost limb was concealed beneath perfectly tailored trousers, but his slight limp only seemed to add to his mystique, a visible reminder of the sacrifice that had brought them all together. His face bore the expression of a man who understood that he was orchestrating not just a funeral, but a transformation of personal loss into national myth. The uniform Santa Anna wore for the ceremony was itself a masterpiece of military tailoring, its every detail calculated to project both authority and wounded heroism. The jacket, cut from the finest wool and decorated with gold braid and military honors, fit his frame perfectly despite the physical changes brought about by his amputation and recovery. The medals and decorations that adorned his chest told the story of his military career in metal and ribbon, each piece a chapter in the larger narrative of his service to Mexico. His personal grooming for the occasion had been as meticulous as his choice of uniform. His hair, now showing the silver threads that spoke to the stresses of command and injury, had been styled to project dignity without vanity. His complexion, still bearing the pallor of his recent convalescence, had been carefully tended to ensure that he would appear neither too healthy, which might diminish sympathy for his sacrifice, nor too infirm, which might raise questions about his fitness for continued leadership. The wooden leg that had replaced his lost limb was itself a work of art, crafted by the finest prosthetics makers, available and decorated with patriotic symbols that transformed a medical necessity into a badge of honor. Santa Anna's behavior during the final preparations revealed the theatrical instincts that had always characterized his public appearances. Every gesture, every expression, every word was carefully calculated to contribute to the overall impact of the ceremony. He moved among his staff and the assembled military units with the confidence of a director preparing his actors for a performance, ensuring that every detail would contribute to the emotional and political objectives he had set for the day. The moment of departure arrived with the kind of ceremonial precision that characterizes all great state occasions. The crystal urn was carefully placed in its position of honor within the funeral carriage, the morning light refracting through its surface to create prismatic rainbows that seemed to dance around the preserved limb. Picture the solemnity of this moment. Military officers saluting the container as if it were a fallen comrade, their faces reflecting the complex mixture of genuine respect and bewildered duty that characterized the entire enterprise. The actual transfer of the urn from the palace to the carriage was accomplished with the kind of elaborate ceremony typically reserved for the handling of the most sacred religious relics. A specially selected honor guard, wearing white gloves and moving with practiced precision, lifted the container from its temporary resting place in the palace's main reception hall. The weight of the urn, considerable due to both the crystal itself and the preservative liquid it contained, required careful coordination among the bearers to ensure that no mishap would mar the ceremony's opening moments. The crowds that had gathered in the palace courtyard fell silent as the urn made its appearance. The sight of the preserved limb visible through the crystal, creating a moment of almost supernatural awe. Many of the observers, despite having known intellectually what they would see, found themselves emotionally unprepared for the reality of witnessing Santa Anna's sacrifice made tangible in this way. The silence that accompanied the urn's placement in the carriage spoke to the power of the visual symbolism Santa Anna had created. In the fashionable districts of the city, servants had been awakened hours before dawn to prepare the elaborate costumes their employers would wear to the ceremony. Picture these domestic scenes, maids pressing formal gowns by candlelight, their movements careful and deliberate as they worked with fabrics that cost more than most families earned in a year. Valets polishing military decorations and ceremonial swords, their efforts creating surfaces that would catch and reflect the morning sun like mirrors of national pride. The blessing of the urn by the Archbishop of Mexico City added a religious dimension to the proceedings that transformed the ceremony from a political spectacle into something approaching a sacred ritual. The prelate, resplendent in his ceremonial vestments, performed the blessing with the same gravity he would have brought to the funeral of a head of state. His Latin prayers, carried on the morning air to the assembled crowds, provided a framework of religious legitimacy that elevated Santa Anna's theatrical gesture into something that could be understood within familiar Catholic traditions of venerating relics and honoring martyrs. The procession began its journey through the streets of Mexico City, with the slow, measured pace that befits all funeral marches. At its head rode Santa Anna himself, his figure erect in his saddle despite his disability, his presence commanding the attention of every observer. Behind him came the funeral carriage, its wheels turning with deliberate slowness over the cobblestones, creating a rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the nation itself. The order of march had been planned with meticulous attention to both practical considerations and symbolic impact. Santa Anna's position at the head of the procession established his role as the primary mourner, the living hero paying tribute to his own sacrifice. The distance between his horse and the funeral carriage had been calculated to ensure that observers would see both elements of the ceremony, the heroic survivor and the honored relic, as parts of a single narrative of patriotic sacrifice. The pace of the procession had been carefully rehearsed to ensure that it would maintain appropriate dignity, while allowing maximum time for public viewing. Too fast, and the crowds would miss the emotional impact of the ceremony. Too slow, and the solemnity might give way to restlessness or even ridicule. The speed chosen allowed the procession to move through the city's streets in approximately 2 hours, a duration considered optimal for maintaining public interest while avoiding the fatigue that might undermine the ceremony's emotional impact. The military escort flanked the carriage with ceremonial precision, their boots striking the stones in perfect unison, while the regimental bands played funeral dirges that echoed off the colonial buildings. Imagine the sound of these melodies mixing with the natural acoustics of the narrow streets, creating a musical landscape that was both mournful and triumphant, as if the very air was struggling to contain the complexity of emotions surrounding this unprecedented event. The acoustics of Mexico City's colonial streets proved ideal for the ceremony's musical elements. The stone buildings that lined the procession route created natural amphitheaters that amplified and enriched the sounds of the military bands, while the narrow confines of the streets ensured that even spectators at considerable distances could hear the music clearly. The effect was of an entire city transformed into a concert hall, with the funeral march serving as a massive musical performance that encompassed thousands of participants. The selection and arrangement of the musical pieces performed during the procession reflected both traditional funeral practices and the unique nature of the ceremony. Classical funeral dirges provided the emotional foundation for the march, their familiar melodies evoking the appropriate responses of grief and solemnity from the assembled crowds. These were interspersed with patriotic hymns that celebrated Mexican independence and national glory, creating a musical narrative that paralleled the political themes underlying Santa Anna's funeral spectacle. The coordination between the various military bands required exceptional skill from the bandmasters, who had to ensure that their units maintained both musical and marching synchronization, despite the acoustic challenges of performing in urban streets. The result was a seamless musical accompaniment that enhanced rather than distracted from the visual elements of the ceremony, creating an integrated sensory experience that would remain in participants' memories long after the day's events had concluded. As the procession moved through the city, the crowds that lined the route responded with a mixture of reverence and fascination. Picture these faces, each one representing a different interpretation of what they were witnessing. Some genuinely moved by what they perceived as an act of patriotic devotion, others struggling to maintain appropriate expressions while privately marveling at the surreal nature of the ceremony. Children held by their parents caught glimpses of the crystal urn through the carriage windows, their young minds perhaps better equipped than their elders to accept the wonderful strangeness of what they were seeing. The emotional responses of the crowd were as varied as the social classes represented in its composition. Many spectators, particularly those with personal or family connections to military service, found themselves genuinely moved by the sight of Santa Anna's preserved sacrifice. For these observers, the ceremony represented a legitimate honor paid to a leader who had literally shed his blood for Mexican independence. Their tears and expressions of sympathy were authentic responses to what they perceived as a patriotic ritual. The indigenous communities that lived on the city's periphery had also stirred unusually early, though their participation in the day's events would be more as observers than participants. These descendants of the Aztec Empire, whose ancestors had once performed elaborate funeral rites for their own fallen leaders, watched the preparations with the kind of patient interest that comes from having witnessed many changes of power. Their presence in the crowds would add a dimension of historical continuity to the proceedings, a reminder that the land had seen many ceremonies honoring the departed, though perhaps none quite like this. Others in the crowd, while maintaining respectful demeanors appropriate to the occasion, privately struggled with the unusual nature of what they were witnessing. The idea of burying a severed limb with full military honors was unprecedented in their experience, and even their genuine respect for Santa Anna could not entirely overcome their bemusement at the ceremony's unique character. These spectators participated dutifully, but with internal reservations about the appropriateness of such theatrical gestures. The children present at the ceremony responded with the unfiltered honesty characteristic of youth, their reactions ranging from fascination to bewilderment to frank curiosity about the contents of the crystal urn. Many parents found themselves in the difficult position of trying to explain both the ceremony's significance and its unusual nature to young minds that accepted the strangeness more readily than adults, but demanded logical explanations for what they observed. The international visitors and diplomats who witnessed the ceremony brought their own cultural perspectives to bear on Santa Anna's funeral spectacle. European observers, accustomed to elaborate court ceremonies and religious pageantry, generally appreciated the sophisticated understanding of symbolic politics that underlay the event, even if they questioned its practical wisdom. American observers, representing a culture that was still developing its own ceremonial traditions, often found the Mexican ceremony both impressive and slightly excessive, reflecting their nation's ambivalent relationship with elaborate public rituals. The speeches that punctuated the journey at various ceremonial stops transformed the procession into a mobile theater of national identity. At each designated location, dignitaries stepped forward to deliver orations that elevated Santa Anna's sacrifice into the realm of legend. Picture these moments: the speaker mounting a temporary platform, his voice carrying over the assembled crowd as he compared the general's lost limb to the sacrifices of ancient heroes and Christian martyrs. The words themselves, carefully crafted to balance religious imagery with patriotic fervor, created a narrative framework that transformed a medical amputation into a sacred offering on the altar of national independence. The first major stop on the processional route was at the Cathedral of Mexico City, where the Archbishop delivered a formal address that placed Santa Anna's sacrifice within the context of Christian martyrdom and divine providence. The prelate's words, delivered from the cathedral steps to a crowd that filled the great plaza, drew explicit parallels between the general's loss and the sufferings of the saints, suggesting that physical sacrifice for patriotic causes was a form of religious devotion that merited both earthly honor and heavenly reward. The second ceremonial stop occurred at the site of the former Aztec temple, where a government official delivered an oration that connected Santa Anna's sacrifice to the broader narrative of Mexican history and cultural identity. This speaker drew upon pre-Columbian traditions of honoring warriors who had given their lives in battle, suggesting that the general's loss connected him to the ancient heroes who had defended the land against foreign invaders. The speech was carefully crafted to appeal to indigenous members of the audience, while also satisfying the patriotic sentiments of the Mexican Creole population. The second ceremonial stop occurred at the site of the former Aztec temple, where a government official delivered an oration that connected Santa Anna's sacrifice to the broader narrative of Mexican history and cultural identity. This speaker drew upon pre-Columbian traditions of honoring warriors who had given their lives in battle, suggesting that the general's loss connected him to the ancient heroes who had defended the land against foreign invaders. The speech was carefully crafted to appeal to indigenous members of the audience, while also satisfying the patriotic sentiments of the Mexican Creole population. A third stop was made at the statue of Miguel Hidalgo, the priest who had initiated Mexico's independence movement, where a noted intellectual delivered an address that placed Santa Anna's sacrifice within the context of the ongoing struggle for national sovereignty. This speaker emphasized that the general's loss represented a continuation of the patriotic tradition established by the independence heroes, and that honoring his sacrifice was therefore a way of honoring the memory of all those who had given their lives for Mexican freedom. The poetry that was read during these stops deserves special mention, for it represented perhaps the most elaborate attempt to transform flesh into metaphor that the young nation had ever witnessed. Imagine these verses, their language elevated to the point of near incomprehensibility, comparing Santa Anna's leg to everything from the pillars of the ancient temple to the foundation stones of the Mexican state. The poets, commissioned specifically for this occasion, had labored to find language worthy of their unusual subject, and their efforts resulted in compositions that walked the delicate line between the sublime and the ridiculous. One particularly elaborate poem, composed by the court poet laureate specifically for the occasion, compared Santa Anna's severed limb to the broken column of a classical temple, suggesting that just as ancient ruins reminded viewers of past glories, the general's sacrifice would serve as an eternal reminder of the price of Mexican independence. The metaphor was extended through multiple stanzas that explored themes of architectural permanence, historical memory, and the transformation of physical loss into spiritual gain. For weeks, the capital had buzzed with preparations for an event unlike any in the young nation's history. Imagine the conversations in cantinas and drawing rooms, the mixture of genuine patriotic fervor and barely suppressed bewilderment as citizens tried to comprehend what their president had planned. Antonio Lope de Santa Anna, having recovered sufficiently from his amputation to resume his duties as head of state, had announced his intention to honor his severed leg with a funeral ceremony befitting a fallen hero. Another commissioned work drew its imagery from Catholic tradition, comparing the preserved leg to the relics of saints that were venerated in churches throughout the Catholic world. This poem suggested that just as the physical remains of holy men and women were honored for their spiritual significance, Santa Anna's sacrifice merited similar veneration for its patriotic meaning. The verse carefully avoided any suggestion that the general himself was saintly, instead focusing on the sacred nature of sacrifice itself. A third poetic composition employed agricultural metaphors, comparing Santa Anna's buried limb to a seed planted in Mexican soil that would grow into future harvests of patriotic devotion. This imagery resonated particularly strongly with rural Mexicans in the audience, who understood viscerally the connection between sacrifice and future abundance. The poem suggested that the general's loss would fertilize the soil of Mexican nationalism, producing generations of citizens willing to make similar sacrifices for their country's independence. The religious elements of the ceremony added another layer of complexity to the proceedings. Picture the priests who blessed the urn at various points along the route, their Latin incantations mixing with the Spanish of the political speeches to create a linguistic tapestry that elevated the entire event beyond the realm of ordinary discourse. The Catholic Church, with its long tradition of venerating the relics of saints, provided a familiar framework for what might otherwise have seemed like pure theatre, allowing the participants to draw on centuries of religious practice to legitimize their unprecedented funeral. The Church's participation in the ceremony was not automatic or uncontroversial. Some clerical authorities had privately expressed reservations about the appropriateness of applying religious funeral rites to a severed limb, particularly when the person from whom the limb had been severed was still alive and present at the ceremony. However, the political influence of Santa Anna and the patriotic context of his sacrifice had ultimately persuaded church leadership to provide their blessing and participation. The theological justification for the church's involvement rested on established Catholic traditions of venerating relics and honoring those who had suffered for righteous causes. Church scholars had drawn parallels to the veneration of saints' relics, arguing that Santa Anna's sacrifice, while not religious in nature, merited similar honor due to its service to the divinely ordained institution of the nation. This reasoning allowed religious authorities to participate without compromising their doctrinal principles, while still supporting what they recognized as an important expression of Mexican national identity. The specific prayers and blessings used during the ceremony were adapted from traditional funeral rites, but modified to acknowledge the unusual nature of the occasion. Instead of prayers for the repose of a departed soul, the clergy offered blessings for the honor of the sacrifice and the continued health of the one who had made it. These liturgical innovations required careful theological consideration to ensure that they remained within the bounds of Orthodox Catholic practice, while serving the ceremony's patriotic objectives. As the procession approached the Santa Paula Cemetery, the morning had given way to the full heat of the Mexican afternoon. The sun beat down on the assembled crowd with the kind of intensity that seems to slow time itself, creating an atmosphere of dreamlike unreality that was perfectly suited to the surreal nature of the ceremony. Picture the final approach to the cemetery gates, where the funeral carriage paused for the last time before entering the sacred ground where Santa Anna's leg would find its final rest. The Santa Paula Cemetery had been chosen for the burial site, with careful attention to both practical and symbolic considerations. As one of Mexico City's most prestigious burial grounds, it was the final resting place of many prominent Mexican families, lending an air of social respectability to Santa Anna's unusual funeral. The cemetery's location, outside the immediate urban core, but still easily accessible to the public, made it ideal for a ceremony that needed to balance solemnity with public accessibility. The specific gravesite within the cemetery had been selected and prepared with extraordinary care. Located in a prominent position that would ensure visibility for future visitors, the plot had been enlarged beyond normal dimensions to accommodate both the burial of the urn and the monument that would mark the site. The soil had been carefully prepared and blessed, with earth from significant Mexican battlefields mixed with the local soil to create a symbolic foundation for Santa Anna's sacrifice. The burial ceremony itself unfolded with the kind of theatrical precision that had characterized the entire event. The crystal urn was removed from its carriage with the same reverence typically reserved for the remains of national heroes, its surface now clouded with the condensation of the afternoon heat. Picture the moment when the urn was lowered into its specially prepared grave, the assembled crowd falling silent as they witnessed the final transformation of flesh into legend. The announcement had created ripples of discussion that spread far beyond the capital's boundaries. In provincial towns and rural villages, the news was received with reactions ranging from admiration for Santa Anna's innovative patriotism to quiet skepticism about the practical wisdom of such theatrical gestures. Local officials found themselves in the delicate position of having to express public support for their president's unusual initiative, while privately wondering how history would judge such unprecedented ceremonial innovations. The lowering of the urn into the grave was accomplished by a specially selected honor guard of soldiers who had served with Santa Anna in various campaigns. These men, chosen for both their loyalty to the general and their ceremonial skills, performed their duties with the same precision they would have brought to burying a fallen comrade. The sight of these weathered veterans treating a severed limb with such reverence provided a powerful visual reminder of the bonds that existed between Santa Anna and the men who served under his command. The final prayers offered over the grave were delivered by the Archbishop himself, lending the highest possible religious authority to the ceremony's conclusion. The prelate's words, carefully crafted to honor the sacrifice while avoiding any theological complications arising from the unusual nature of the burial, provided a spiritual framework that allowed participants to understand the ceremony as something more than political theater. The Latin phrases, familiar to most Mexican Catholics, created a sense of continuity with established religious traditions while acknowledging the unprecedented nature of the occasion. The 21-gun salute that concluded the ceremony echoed across the cemetery with the kind of finality that marks the end of all great performances. Each cannon blast seemed to punctuate a different aspect of the day's significance. The sacrifice of the general, the gratitude of the nation, the transformation of personal loss into public spectacle. The smoke from the guns drifted over the grave like incense, creating a visual metaphor for the spiritual elevation that Santa Anna had sought to achieve through his elaborate funeral. The artillery pieces used for the salute were the same cannons that had defended Mexico City during various military campaigns, lending historical authenticity to the ceremony's conclusion. The gunners who fired the salute were veterans of these campaigns, their participation creating a direct connection between Santa Anna's current sacrifice and his previous service to the nation. The precision of their firing, with each shot timed to create maximum dramatic impact, demonstrated the military's commitment to honoring their wounded commander with appropriate ceremony. As the crowds began to disperse in the late afternoon light, the cemetery workers prepared to fill in the grave that would become one of the most unusual monuments in the young nation's history. Picture the marker that would be erected over the site, its inscription carefully composed to ensure that future generations would understand the significance of what lay beneath. Not just bone and flesh, but a symbol of the price of patriotic service and the complex relationship between personal sacrifice and national identity. The day's events had succeeded in their primary objective, the transformation of Antonio Lope de Santa Anna from a general who had lost his leg in battle into a living martyr who had given his flesh for his country. The funeral had created a narrative that would serve him well in the political struggles to come, a story that elevated his physical loss into the realm of national myth, and provided him with a form of political capital that his enemies would find difficult to challenge. The immediate political benefits of the ceremony were apparent in the favorable coverage it received in government-friendly newspapers, and the expressions of loyalty it generated from military units throughout Mexico. Santa Anna had successfully transformed what could have been seen as a sign of weakness, his physical disability, into evidence of his superior devotion to the national cause. The funeral had created a powerful precedent for how personal sacrifice could be transformed into political advantage, establishing a template that would influence Mexican political theater for decades to come. The monument designed for Santa Anna's leg was itself a masterpiece of symbolic architecture, its design incorporating elements that would communicate the grave's significance to visitors for generations to come. The base, constructed from Mexican marble and decorated with patriotic symbols, supported a column topped by an eagle with outstretched wings, representing both Mexico's national symbol and the soaring spirit of patriotic sacrifice. Bronze plaques affixed to the monument's sides recorded the circumstances of Santa Anna's injury and the significance of his sacrifice, ensuring that the site's meaning would not be lost to future visitors. But even as the final participants departed the cemetery, the seeds of future irony were already being sown. The same theatrical instincts that had made the funeral possible would eventually contribute to Santa Anna's downfall, and the leg that had been buried with such ceremony would eventually suffer a fate that its mourners could never have imagined. The wheel of fortune that had elevated the general to the heights of political power would eventually turn again, and when it did, not even the most sacred relics would be safe from the anger of a betrayed people. The international reaction to the funeral ceremony was mixed, reflecting the complex relationships between Mexico and the world's major powers. European diplomats, while privately amused by what they saw as a manifestation of New World theatrical excess, publicly maintained respectful silence about Santa Anna's unusual ceremony. Their dispatch reports to their home governments, however, revealed a sophisticated understanding of the political calculations underlying the funeral. with many observers noting that the Mexican president had demonstrated considerable skill in transforming personal misfortune into political advantage. Foreign diplomats residing in Mexico City had watched these preparations with fascination tinged by professional concern. The European representatives, accustomed to the elaborate court ceremonies of the Old World, recognized the sophisticated understanding of symbolic politics underlying Santa Anna's funeral plans. Yet they also understood that such theatrical gestures could easily backfire if the public's mood shifted, and they prepared their diplomatic dispatches accordingly, crafting language that would allow their governments to distance themselves from the Mexican president if his political fortunes changed. British diplomatic correspondence from the period reveals particular interest in Santa Anna's ceremonial innovations, with Foreign Office analysts noting that the funeral demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of how public spectacle could be used to build political support. The British, with their own rich traditions of royal pageantry and state ceremony, appreciated the technical skill with which Santa Anna had orchestrated his leg's funeral, even while questioning whether such theatrical gestures would prove sustainable in the long term. French diplomatic observers, still dealing with the aftermath of the Pastry War that had cost Santa Anna his leg, found themselves in the awkward position of having to respond to a ceremony that celebrated resistance to French military action. Their reports to Paris walked a careful line between acknowledging the ceremony's political effectiveness and maintaining French dignity in the face of what could be interpreted as anti-French sentiment. The irony that French military action had created the very sacrifice that Santa Anna was now using to build political support was not lost on French diplomatic analysts. American observers, representing a nation that was still developing its own traditions of political ceremony, generally viewed Santa Anna's funeral with a mixture of fascination and bewilderment. American diplomatic reports from the period reflect uncertainty about how to interpret such elaborate public rituals, with some observers seeing them as evidence of Mexican political sophistication, while others viewed them as signs of political instability. The ceremony's success in generating public support for Santa Anna was noted with interest by American political figures, who were themselves experimenting with new forms of democratic pageantry. The domestic Mexican response to the funeral ceremony extended far beyond the immediate participants and observers in Mexico City. News of the event spread throughout the country via newspapers, government proclamations, and the informal networks of communication that connected Mexico's far-flung provinces. Provincial governors were expected to organize their own commemorative ceremonies, creating a national network of ritualized remembrance that reinforced Santa Anna's political message, while demonstrating local loyalty to his administration. In the northern provinces, where Santa Anna's political support was often uncertain, the funeral ceremony provided local officials with an opportunity to demonstrate their allegiance to the central government, while celebrating themes of patriotic sacrifice that resonated with frontier populations. The ceremony's emphasis on military heroism and resistance to foreign aggression spoke directly to the concerns of border communities that lived under constant threat of external attack. The indigenous communities of central and southern Mexico responded to news of the funeral with reactions that reflected their complex relationship with the Mexican state. Some indigenous leaders saw in Santa Anna's sacrifice a continuation of ancient traditions of honoring warriors who had given their bodies in defense of the land. Others viewed the ceremony with skepticism, seeing it as another example of the theatrical gestures that Mexican politicians used to distract attention from more substantive issues affecting indigenous communities. The Catholic Church's participation in the funeral ceremony had significant implications for the relationship between religious and political authority in Mexico. By lending ecclesiastical legitimacy to Santa Anna's unusual funeral, church leaders had implicitly endorsed the principle that political sacrifice could merit religious honor. This precedent would influence future relationships between church and state, establishing expectations about clerical participation in political ceremonies that would shape Mexican politics for decades. Regional variations in how the funeral was commemorated revealed the diverse ways in which different Mexican communities understood national identity and political loyalty. In areas with strong indigenous populations, local ceremonies often incorporated pre-Columbian elements alongside Catholic and patriotic themes, creating syncretic celebrations that reflected the complex cultural heritage of Mexican society. In regions dominated by Creole elites, the commemorations tended to emphasize European-style ceremonial traditions that connected Santa Anna's sacrifice to broader themes of civilized political order. The economic impact of the funeral ceremony extended beyond its immediate costs, to include the broader effects of the public holiday it created and the commercial opportunities it generated. Merchants throughout Mexico City had prepared special merchandise for the occasion, from commemorative medals to patriotic decorations, creating a temporary economy of ceremonial consumption that boosted local businesses. The influx of visitors from surrounding areas brought additional revenue to hotels, restaurants, and transportation services, demonstrating how political ceremonies could generate economic benefits alongside their symbolic functions. The artistic legacy of the funeral ceremony included not only the commissioned poetry and music created for the occasion, but also the numerous paintings, prints, and sculptures that documented the event for posterity. Mexican artists, recognizing the historical significance of what they had witnessed, created visual records that would preserve the ceremony's memory long after its immediate political relevance had faded. These artistic works, ranging from formal portraits of Santa Anna at the ceremony to popular prints depicting the funeral procession, created a visual archive that would influence how future generations understood both the event and its protagonist. The preserved limb itself had become something of a sacred relic during the months of Santa Anna's recovery. Carefully maintained in a crystal urn filled with alcohol, the leg had been transformed from a medical necessity into a symbol of national sacrifice. Picture the ornate container, its surface catching the light like a prism, the contents visible yet somehow ethereal, as if the very act of preservation had elevated the flesh beyond its mortal origins. The urn had been crafted by the finest artisans in the capital, its surface etched with patriotic symbols and inscriptions that proclaimed the limb's heroic status. The technological aspects of the funeral ceremony, while primitive by modern standards, represented significant achievements in organization and logistics for their time. The coordination required to orchestrate the movements of thousands of participants, the construction of temporary platforms and decorations throughout the city, and the precise timing needed to maintain the ceremony's emotional impact all demonstrated the growing sophistication of Mexican governmental administration. The funeral served as a practical exercise in state ceremonial capacity that would inform future official celebrations and commemorations. The psychological impact of the funeral ceremony on its participants was profound and long-lasting. Many of those who witnessed the event reported that it remained vivid in their memories for years afterward, its unusual nature making it more memorable than conventional political ceremonies. The emotional responses generated by the ceremony, ranging from genuine patriotic fervor to bewildered amusement, created shared experiences that bonded participants together as witnesses to an unprecedented historical moment. The educational implications of the funeral were particularly significant for the children who witnessed it. For many young Mexicans, the ceremony served as their introduction to the concepts of political sacrifice and national service, providing them with a dramatic example of how individual loss could be transformed into collective meaning. Teachers throughout Mexico incorporated discussions of Santa Anna's sacrifice into their curricula, using the funeral as a way to explore themes of patriotism, heroism, and civic duty. The literary influence of the funeral ceremony extended far beyond the commissioned poetry created for the occasion. The event inspired numerous subsequent works of fiction, drama, and historical analysis, becoming a recurring theme in Mexican cultural production. Writers found in Santa Anna's leg a rich symbol that could be used to explore themes ranging from political vanity to genuine patriotic devotion, depending on their own political perspectives and artistic objectives. The ceremony's impact on Mexican funeral traditions was subtle but significant. While no subsequent Mexican politician attempted to replicate Santa Anna's exact approach to commemorating physical sacrifice, the funeral established precedents for how political figures could use ceremonial occasions to build public support and create lasting legacies. Elements of the ceremony's structure and symbolism were incorporated into later state funerals and commemorative events, creating a continuous thread of influence that extended well beyond Santa Anna's own political career. The international scholarly interest generated by the funeral ceremony contributed to broader academic discussions about the role of ritual and ceremony in political systems. European and American scholars who studied the event found in it evidence for theories about how new nations created legitimacy through symbolic practices, and how political leaders could use theatrical gestures to build emotional connections with their populations. The funeral became a case study in political anthropology that influenced academic understanding of ceremonial politics for generations. The documentation of the funeral ceremony created an extensive archive of materials that would prove invaluable to future historians studying both Santa Anna's career and the broader patterns of Mexican political culture. Government records detailing the ceremony's planning and execution, newspaper accounts of its impact, private letters describing participants' reactions, and artistic representations of key moments all combined to create one of the most thoroughly documented political events of 19th century Mexico. The technological innovations required to preserve Santa Anna's leg for the funeral ceremony contributed to advances in Mexican medical and scientific knowledge. The techniques developed for maintaining the limb's appearance and preventing decay were later applied to other preservation challenges, contributing to the development of Mexican expertise in areas ranging from anatomical study to food preservation. The crystal urn itself became a model for similar preservation containers used in subsequent scientific and ceremonial applications. The social hierarchies revealed by the funeral ceremony's organization provided insights into the structure of Mexican society in the 1830s. The careful attention paid to protocol, seating arrangements, and participation privileges reflected the complex social stratifications that characterized post-independence Mexico. The ceremony served as both a reinforcement of existing social orders and a demonstration of how political events could be used to negotiate and display social relationships. The psychological analysis of Santa Anna's motivations for organizing such an elaborate funeral has fascinated scholars for generations. The ceremony represented a remarkable transformation of personal trauma into political advantage, suggesting both exceptional creativity and profound narcissism on the part of its organizer. The successful execution of such an unusual event demonstrated Santa Anna's intuitive understanding of public psychology and his ability to anticipate and shape popular reactions to symbolic gestures. Chapter 3. Legends and Laughingstock. Yet even among these sophisticated observers, there were moments of private bewilderment that occasionally surfaced in the kind of carefully worded comments that allow doubt to be expressed without direct confrontation. Imagine the conversations that took place behind closed doors, where trusted friends might allow themselves to wonder aloud about the precedent being set by a leader who chose to honor his own severed limb with the kind of ceremony typically reserved for national heroes. The questions were never asked directly, but they hung in the air like incense, creating an atmosphere of unspoken uncertainty about the boundaries between legitimate patriotic display and mere self-aggrandizement. The seeds of Santa Anna's eventual downfall were already visible in the months following his funeral, though few observers at the time recognized their significance. The ceremony had established a pattern of governance based on theatrical gesture rather than substantive policy, creating expectations for dramatic leadership that would prove unsustainable in the long term. Santa Anna's enemies were learning to use his own theatrical methods against him, preparing criticism that would eventually prove devastating to his political position. The economic pressures facing Mexico in the years following the funeral created political challenges that could not be addressed through ceremonial gesture alone. As the nation's financial situation worsened, citizens began to question whether their president's attention to symbolic politics was preventing him from addressing more pressing practical concerns. The funeral's cost became a symbol of governmental misplaced priorities, providing ammunition for critics who argued that Santa Anna was more concerned with his own legacy than with his country's welfare. The international situation that had created the circumstances for Santa Anna's heroic sacrifice was also evolving in ways that would eventually undermine his political position. As Mexico's relationships with foreign powers became more complex, the simple narrative of patriotic resistance that had justified the funeral became less relevant to contemporary political challenges. Santa Anna's status as a wounded hero gradually became less important than his effectiveness as a diplomatic and administrative leader. The religious questions raised by the funeral continued to create problems for Santa Anna's relationship with the Catholic Church. As church leaders became more uncomfortable with the theological implications of the ceremony, their support for the president's theatrical approach to leadership began to weaken. This religious skepticism provided another source of opposition that would eventually contribute to Santa Anna's political isolation. The cultural changes taking place in Mexican society during the 1840s created an environment that was increasingly skeptical of the kind of personal political theater that Santa Anna represented. As Mexican intellectuals and artists developed more sophisticated approaches to questions of national identity and cultural expression, the funeral's blend of patriotism and self-promotion began to seem dated and inappropriate. These cultural shifts created intellectual opposition to Santa Anna that complemented the more practical political challenges he faced. The technological and social changes that were transforming Mexican society during this period also created new forms of political communication that reduced Santa Anna's ability to control public discourse through ceremonial gesture. The expansion of printing and the growth of literacy created opportunities for more sophisticated political debate that could not be easily managed through theatrical display. These changes in political communication would eventually contribute to the development of more effective opposition to Santa Anna's rule. The demographic changes taking place in Mexico during the 1840s brought new political constituencies into the national conversation, many of whom were less impressed by Santa Anna's ceremonial leadership style than the traditional elite groups that had initially supported the funeral. Urban working classes, emerging middle-class professionals, and younger voters generally demanded more practical approaches to governance, creating political pressure that theatrical gestures could not satisfy. The regional political developments that were occurring throughout Mexico during this period also created challenges for Santa Anna's centralized approach to leadership. Provincial governors and local political leaders were developing their own bases of support that did not depend on association with the president's dramatic personality. These regional power centers would eventually provide foundations for political opposition that could not be easily overcome through ceremonial display. The military developments that were taking place during the 1840s created new challenges for Santa Anna's position as a heroic military leader. As Mexico faced new military threats and required more sophisticated approaches to national defense, the president's status as a wounded hero became less relevant than his effectiveness as a military strategist and administrator. The funeral's commemoration of past sacrifice could not compensate for failures in contemporary military leadership. The economic development that was beginning to transform Mexican society during this period created new expectations for governmental performance that could not be met through symbolic politics alone. As Mexican businesses and entrepreneurs demanded more practical support from their government, Santa Anna's focus on ceremonial leadership began to seem like a distraction from more pressing economic challenges. The funeral's cost became a symbol of governmental priorities that were increasingly out of step with social needs. These private doubts often centered on concerns about the sustainability of such theatrical approaches to leadership. Experienced politicians understood that spectacles like the funeral created expectations for future performances that might prove difficult to fulfill. They worried about the precedent being established, wondering whether future Mexican leaders would feel compelled to engage in ever more elaborate displays of symbolic devotion to maintain public support. The funeral's success had created a new standard for political theater that some observers found troubling in its implications. The educational developments that were taking place in Mexico during the 1840s created new forms of political awareness that were less susceptible to theatrical manipulation. As literacy expanded and more Mexicans gained access to diverse sources of information, the president's ability to control political discourse through dramatic gesture began to weaken. These educational changes created the foundation for more sophisticated political opposition that would eventually prove decisive in Santa Anna's downfall. The social changes that were occurring throughout Mexican society during this period created new forms of political organization that provided alternatives to the personalized leadership that Santa Anna represented. As Mexican civil society became more complex and sophisticated, citizens developed new ways of pursuing political objectives that did not depend on individual charismatic leaders. These social developments created political alternatives that reduced Santa Anna's importance in Mexican political life. The international context that was evolving during the 1840s also created new challenges for Santa Anna's approach to leadership. As global political and economic relationships became more complex, Mexico needed leaders who could navigate sophisticated international negotiations rather than simply embodying dramatic symbols of national resistance. The funeral's celebration of heroic sacrifice became less relevant to the practical challenges of international diplomacy and economic development. The intellectual developments that were transforming Mexican culture during this period created new frameworks for understanding political leadership that were less favorable to Santa Anna's theatrical approach. As Mexican thinkers developed more sophisticated approaches to questions of governance and national development, the president's ceremonial leadership style began to seem primitive and inappropriate. These intellectual changes provided theoretical foundations for political opposition that would eventually prove effective in challenging Santa Anna's rule. The technological innovations that were beginning to reach Mexico during the 1840s created new possibilities for political communication and organization that reduced the importance of ceremonial leadership. As new forms of transportation and communication connected different parts of the country more effectively, political movements could develop that were less dependent on individual charismatic figures. These technological changes created the infrastructure for political opposition that would eventually prove decisive in Santa Anna's downfall. The cultural exchanges that were increasing between Mexico and other nations during this period also created new standards for evaluating political leadership that were less favorable to Santa Anna's theatrical approach. As Mexicans became more aware of governmental practices in other countries, they began to question whether their own political traditions were serving their national interests effectively. These cultural comparisons created critical perspectives that would eventually contribute to political change. The generational changes that were occurring in Mexican society during the 1840s brought new political leaders into prominence, who offered alternatives to Santa Anna's personalized approach to governance. These younger politicians generally emphasized institutional development and practical policy implementation over dramatic gesture and ceremonial display. Their emergence created political options that would eventually appeal to voters who had grown tired of theatrical leadership. As the 1840s progressed, the various forces that had been set in motion by Santa Anna's funeral began to coalesce into a more coherent challenge to his political dominance. The ceremony that had once seemed like a triumph of political theatre gradually became a symbol of everything that was wrong with his approach to leadership. The leg that had been buried with such ceremony would eventually become a target for the anger of a people who had learned to distinguish between symbolic politics and effective governance. The irony of Santa Anna's situation was that the very success of his funeral had created the conditions for his eventual political destruction. The ceremony had established expectations for dramatic leadership that proved impossible to sustain, while simultaneously creating vulnerabilities that his opponents learned to exploit. The theatrical instincts that had made the funeral possible would eventually prove to be liabilities in a political environment that increasingly demanded substance over spectacle. The transformation of Santa Anna from hero to laughingstock was thus not simply a matter of changing political fortunes, but the inevitable result of a leadership style that confused symbolic gesture with effective governance. The funeral had been a masterpiece of political theatre, but it had also revealed the fundamental weaknesses of an approach to leadership that prioritized performance over policy. As Mexican society evolved and matured, citizens gradually recognized that their nation needed leaders who could address practical challenges rather than simply create dramatic spectacles. The religious dimensions of these private conversations were particularly complex. Many elite Catholics struggled with the theological implications of treating a severed limb as if it were a sacred relic, while simultaneously recognizing the political skill with which Santa Anna had incorporated religious symbolism into his ceremony. These discussions often revealed deep tensions between personal faith and political pragmatism, as individuals tried to reconcile their religious beliefs with their assessment of the funeral's political effectiveness. The stage was thus set for the dramatic reversal that would transform Santa Anna's carefully preserved leg from a sacred relic into an object of popular ridicule. The same theatrical instincts that had elevated the severed limb to heroic status would eventually make it a target for political satire and public anger. The wheel of fortune that had carried Santa Anna to the heights of political power was preparing to complete its revolution, and when it did, not even the most elaborately commemorated sacrifices would be safe from the judgment of history and the fury of betrayed expectations. The generational divide within Mexico's upper classes became apparent in their responses to the funeral. Older aristocrats, who had lived through the transition from colonial rule to independence, often viewed Santa Anna's ceremony through the lens of their experience with elaborate viceregal ceremonies and religious processions. They were more likely to appreciate the funeral's traditional elements while questioning its innovations. Younger members of the elite, who had come of age during the independence period, were more inclined to see the ceremony as evidence of Mexico's emergence as a modern nation capable of creating its own political traditions. The middle classes, that growing segment of Mexican society that included merchants, artisans, and minor government officials, responded to the funeral with a mixture of genuine admiration and practical calculation. Picture these citizens as they went about their daily business, their conversations flavored with the kind of pragmatic analysis that comes from people who understand that political stability affects their livelihoods. Many of them had been present at the ceremony, and they had been genuinely moved by the spectacle, but they also possessed the kind of worldly wisdom that allowed them to appreciate the political sophistication of Santa Anna's gesture. The emerging middle class represented one of the most significant social developments of post-independence Mexico, and their response to the funeral revealed their growing importance as a political constituency. These individuals had achieved modest prosperity through their own efforts, and they brought a practical perspective to political questions that differed markedly from both aristocratic detachment and working-class pragmatism. Their support for Santa Anna's ceremony was based largely on their assessment of its effectiveness in promoting national unity and international respect. Professional men within the middle classes, lawyers, doctors, engineers, and teachers, brought their own analytical frameworks to bear on the funeral's significance. Many had received some formal education, either in Mexico or abroad, and they were capable of sophisticated political analysis. Their discussions of the ceremony often centered on questions of institutional development and democratic governance, with particular attention to whether such theatrical displays were compatible with Republican principles. The merchant families that formed a substantial portion of the middle class evaluated the funeral primarily in economic terms. They understood that political stability was essential to commercial prosperity, and they supported Santa Anna's ceremony to the extent that it appeared to strengthen governmental authority and promote national cohesion. However, they were also sensitive to the costs of such elaborate displays and concerned about their potential impact on public finances and international trade relationships. Artisans and skilled craftsmen who had contributed to the funeral's preparation brought their own perspectives to its interpretation. Many had worked on the ceremonial elements, the carriage, the decorations, the monument, and they took professional pride in the quality of their craftsmanship. Their support for the ceremony was thus both political and personal, based on their direct involvement in its creation, as well as their assessment of its broader significance. These were people who understood that leadership in their young nation required a certain degree of theatrical flair, and they were willing to accept that a president who could orchestrate such an elaborate display of patriotic devotion probably possessed the kind of political skills that Mexico needed during its turbulent early years. The funeral had demonstrated Santa Anna's ability to transform personal adversity into public triumph, and this capacity for dramatic reinvention struck many middle-class observers as exactly the kind of leadership quality that could help their nation navigate the challenges of independence. In the weeks and months that followed the extraordinary funeral ceremony, Mexico City settled into a new rhythm of daily life, one in which the memory of that remarkable February morning had become woven into the fabric of popular consciousness. Picture yourself walking through the markets and plazas in the aftermath of the burial, listening to the conversations that rippled through the crowds like stones thrown into still water. The funeral had succeeded in its immediate objective, but it had also unleashed forces that Santa Anna himself may not have fully anticipated. The middle class's support for the funeral was also influenced by their desire for Mexico to achieve international recognition and respect. Many members of this social group were acutely aware of their country's position as a young nation seeking to establish itself among the established powers of the world. They saw Santa Anna's ceremony as evidence of Mexico's cultural sophistication and political maturity, and they hoped that such displays would enhance their nation's international reputation. However, the middle class's support was not uncritical. Many middle-class observers recognized that the funeral represented a significant expense at a time when Mexico faced serious economic challenges. They were willing to accept such costs as investments in national prestige, but they also expected that such theatrical gestures would be accompanied by substantive improvements in governance and economic development. Their continued support for Santa Anna would depend largely on his ability to deliver practical results alongside symbolic victories. The educational implications of the funeral were particularly important to middle-class families, who placed great emphasis on their children's intellectual and moral development. Many parents struggled with how to explain the ceremony's significance to young minds, uncertain whether to emphasize its patriotic themes or to express reservations about its theatrical excess. These family discussions often became windows into broader questions about Mexican identity and the proper role of symbolism in political life. Among the working classes and indigenous populations, the reaction to the funeral was more varied and in some ways more honest. Picture the conversations that took place in the pulquerias and market stalls, where people who had little stake in the political games of the capital could afford to be more direct in their observations. Some of these citizens had been genuinely moved by the ceremony, interpreting it as evidence of their president's willingness to sacrifice for the nation. The sight of Santa Anna's preserved leg, elevated to the status of a sacred relic, resonated with cultural traditions that had long recognized the power of physical remains to embody spiritual significance. The working classes of Mexico City comprised a diverse group that included everything from skilled laborers and domestic servants to street vendors and casual workers. Their responses to the funeral reflected this diversity, as well as their varied relationships with the political system that Santa Anna represented. Some workers, particularly those employed in government-related industries, viewed the ceremony as a legitimate expression of patriotic devotion that deserved their support and participation. The artisans who had contributed their skills to the funeral's preparation often became its most enthusiastic working-class supporters. These individuals had seen firsthand the care and expense that had gone into the ceremony's creation, and they interpreted this investment as evidence of its genuine importance. Their professional pride in their contributions to the event created a personal stake in its success that extended beyond purely political considerations. Domestic servants in the households of the wealthy had unique perspectives on the funeral, as they were often privy to their employers' private discussions about the ceremony's significance. These workers understood the complex calculations that influenced elite support for Santa Anna's gesture, and they often developed more nuanced views of the funeral than their economic circumstances might have suggested. Their insights, shared in the informal networks that connected working-class communities, contributed to a more sophisticated popular understanding of the ceremony's political implications. Street vendors and small merchants who had benefited economically from the funeral were generally supportive of such elaborate public ceremonies. The influx of visitors and the increased commercial activity generated by the event had provided them with economic opportunities that were otherwise rare in their daily lives. Their support for Santa Anna's theatrical approach to leadership was thus based on practical considerations as much as political sentiment. But others among the common people possessed a different kind of wisdom, one that came from generations of experience with leaders who promised much and delivered little. These observers watched the funeral with the kind of skeptical attention that comes from having survived too many political upheavals to be easily impressed by theatrical displays. They understood that spectacle and substance were not the same thing, and they wondered privately whether a president who devoted so much attention to honoring his own severed limb might be neglecting more pressing matters of governance. The indigenous communities within and around Mexico City brought their own cultural frameworks to bear on the funeral's significance. Many indigenous peoples had traditional practices involving the veneration of physical remains and the transformation of personal sacrifice into collective memory. From this perspective, Santa Anna's ceremony resonated with familiar cultural patterns, even as its specific political context was distinctly modern. The transformation of Mexico City's social atmosphere in the wake of the funeral was subtle but profound. Street vendors who had witnessed the procession found themselves incorporating references to the ceremony into their daily patter, using the spectacle as a point of reference for selling everything from religious medals to patriotic trinkets. The visual memory of the crystal urn had become so vivid in the popular imagination that craftsmen began producing miniature replicas, creating a secondary economy of commemorative objects that extended the funeral's influence far beyond its original ceremonial boundaries. However, indigenous communities also possessed deep skepticism about the promises and performances of Mexican political leaders. Their historical experience had taught them to be wary of elaborate gestures that were not accompanied by substantive improvements in their material conditions. Many indigenous observers supported the funeral's patriotic themes while remaining doubtful about its practical implications for their own lives and communities. The religious syncretism that characterized much of Mexican indigenous culture provided another lens through which the funeral was interpreted. The ceremony's combination of Catholic and patriotic elements fit comfortably within indigenous traditions of blending different spiritual and cultural systems. This cultural flexibility allowed many indigenous participants to engage meaningfully with the funeral while maintaining some distance from its specifically political objectives. Rural workers who had traveled to Mexico City for the funeral brought perspectives shaped by their experience of Mexico's agricultural economy and provincial politics. These individuals often had more direct experience with the practical challenges facing the Mexican nation, and they evaluated Santa Anna's ceremony primarily in terms of its potential impact on issues like land distribution, taxation, and local governance. Their support for the funeral was often conditional on their assessment of whether such displays would translate into improved conditions in the countryside. The international reaction to the funeral added another layer of complexity to its legacy. Foreign diplomats stationed in Mexico City found themselves tasked with explaining the ceremony to their home governments, and their reports reveal the challenge of translating one culture's political theater into another's understanding. Picture these diplomatic dispatches, carefully worded to convey both respect for their host nation and a certain bewilderment at the unprecedented nature of what they had witnessed. The European representatives in particular struggled to find precedents in their own political traditions for a leader who chose to honor his own amputated limb with such elaborate ceremony. British diplomatic correspondence from the period reveals a complex mixture of admiration and concern about Santa Anna's funeral. British officials recognized the political sophistication underlying the ceremony, but they also worried about its implications for Mexico's governmental stability and international relations. Their reports to London walked a careful line between acknowledging the funeral's immediate effectiveness and questioning its long-term wisdom as a precedent for Mexican political practice. French diplomatic observers faced the particular challenge of responding to a ceremony that celebrated resistance to French military action. Their reports to Paris attempted to maintain French dignity, while acknowledging the political skill with which Santa Anna had transformed his war wound into political capital. The irony that French artillery had created the sacrifice that Mexico was now celebrating was not lost on French diplomatic analysts, who struggled to find appropriate language for describing their complex position. American diplomatic representatives brought their own Republican sensibilities to bear on the funeral's significance. Many American observers were simultaneously impressed by the ceremony's elaborate organization and troubled by its implications for democratic governance. Their reports to Washington often reflected uncertainty about whether such theatrical displays were compatible with the principles of Republican government that both nations claimed to embrace. Spanish diplomatic observers had perhaps the most complex perspective on the funeral. Given Spain's former colonial relationship with Mexico, Spanish officials recognized many of the ceremony's elements as adaptations of traditional Hispanic ceremonial practices, but they also understood that the funeral represented a distinctly Mexican innovation that marked the former colony's emergence as an independent cultural and political entity. Other Latin American diplomatic representatives watched the funeral with particular interest, recognizing that Santa Anna's ceremony might provide a model for their own nation's efforts to create distinctive political traditions. The funeral's combination of European ceremonial sophistication with distinctly American innovations offered lessons that could be adapted to other post-colonial contexts, and several governments specifically requested detailed reports on the ceremony's organization and impact. Some foreign observers interpreted the funeral as evidence of the theatrical nature of Mexican political culture, viewing it as a colorful example of the kind of dramatic excess that characterized the newly independent nations of Latin America. Others saw it as a shrewd political move, recognizing that Santa Anna had successfully transformed a personal injury into a form of political capital that his rivals would find difficult to challenge. The funeral had created a narrative of sacrifice and patriotism that elevated the general above ordinary political criticism, at least temporarily. The city's coffee houses and taverns, traditional gathering places for political discussion, buzzed with analysis and interpretation of the ceremony's significance. These informal forums of public opinion revealed the complex ways in which different segments of society had processed the unprecedented spectacle they had witnessed. Conversations that began with genuine attempts to understand the funeral's meaning often evolved into broader discussions about the nature of leadership, the role of symbolism in politics, and the relationship between personal sacrifice and public service. International press coverage of the funeral varied considerably depending on the political perspectives and cultural contexts of different publications. European newspapers generally treated the ceremony as an interesting curiosity, often emphasizing its exotic character while questioning the wisdom of such theatrical governance. American publications were more likely to focus on the funeral's implications for hemispheric politics and inter-American relations. The scientific community's international response to the funeral was particularly interesting, as the preservation techniques used for Santa Anna's leg represented significant innovations in anatomical conservation. European medical journals published detailed analyses of the preservation methods, while anthropologists began to study the ceremony as an example of how modern political systems incorporated traditional cultural practices related to death and commemoration. The monument that Santa Anna erected over his leg's grave became a focal point for the complex emotions that the funeral had generated. Picture this elaborate structure, commissioned from the finest sculptors and architects in the capital, its marble surfaces carved with inscriptions that elevated the buried limb to the level of national shrine. The monument was designed to ensure that future generations would remember not just the sacrifice itself, but the ceremony that had honored it, creating a permanent reminder of Santa Anna's capacity for dramatic gesture. The commission for the monument had been awarded after an extensive competition among Mexico's most prominent artists and architects. The winning design combined neoclassical architectural elements with distinctly Mexican decorative motifs, creating a structure that announced both cultural sophistication and national identity. The monument's size and prominence within the cemetery reflected Santa Anna's determination to ensure that his sacrifice would be remembered in perpetuity. The sculptural elements of the monument were particularly elaborate, featuring representations of Mexican eagles, indigenous symbols, and military regalia that connected Santa Anna's sacrifice to broader themes of national defense and patriotic devotion. The marble used for the construction had been quarried specifically for the project, chosen for its quality and its symbolic significance as a product of Mexican soil. The metalwork incorporated Mexican silver, adding both beauty and economic value to the memorial. The inscriptions on the monument had been composed by a committee of Mexico's most distinguished writers and scholars, their Latin phrases chosen for their classical dignity, and their ability to elevate the limb's sacrifice into the realm of eternal heroism. The text walked a careful line between honoring Santa Anna's personal sacrifice and celebrating the broader themes of national service and military valor. Multiple languages were used to ensure that both Mexican and international visitors could understand the monument's significance. The monument's location within the cemetery had been chosen to maximize both its visibility and its symbolic impact. Positioned along the main pathway that visitors followed when entering the grounds, the structure served as a prominent landmark that drew attention to Santa Anna's sacrifice while creating a sense of pilgrimage for those who came to pay their respects. The surrounding landscaping had been designed to enhance the monument's visual impact while providing appropriate space for ceremonial activities. Visitors to the cemetery found themselves drawn to the monument, not just as a site of political pilgrimage, but as a curiosity that seemed to encapsulate something essential about the character of their young nation. The elaborate craftsmanship of the structure, the elevated language of its inscriptions, and the sheer audacity of the concept it commemorated, created a kind of magnetic attraction that transcended simple political allegiance. People came to see the monument as they might visit any other wonder, drawn by the human fascination with the extraordinary and the unprecedented. The monument quickly became a mandatory stop for foreign visitors to Mexico City, who often included descriptions of the structure in their travel accounts and diplomatic reports. These international perspectives on the monument revealed how Santa Anna's sacrifice was being interpreted beyond Mexico's borders, with reactions ranging from admiration for Mexican cultural creativity to bewilderment at the political implications of honoring a severed limb. The maintenance of the monument became an ongoing responsibility of the Mexican government, creating a permanent line item in the national budget for the care of Santa Anna's memorial. This practical consideration would eventually become a source of controversy, as Mexico faced economic difficulties, and critics questioned whether public funds should be used to maintain monuments to individual politicians' body parts. The psychological impact of the funeral on Mexico City's children was particularly notable. Young people who had witnessed the ceremony found themselves grappling with concepts of sacrifice and heroism in ways that their parents struggled to explain. Teachers reported unusual classroom discussions about the nature of courage and the meaning of giving one's body for one's country. The funeral had created a generation of young Mexicans whose understanding of patriotism had been shaped by the image of a preserved limb elevated to sacred status. The cult of personality that grew around Santa Anna in the months following the funeral was carefully cultivated, but also, in some ways, genuinely spontaneous. Picture the various forms this took. The portraits that began appearing in public buildings, showing the general in heroic poses that emphasized his sacrifice. The popular songs that celebrated his patriotic devotion, the stories that circulated through the countryside, transforming the amputation and funeral into the stuff of legend. Santa Anna had always possessed a talent for self-promotion, but the funeral had provided him with raw material that was particularly well-suited to his theatrical instincts. The official portraits commissioned after the funeral marked a significant evolution in how Santa Anna chose to represent himself to the Mexican people. Earlier paintings had emphasized his military prowess and political authority, but the post-funeral portraits incorporated explicit references to his sacrifice. Some showed him gesturing toward his wooden leg, while others included symbolic representations of the funeral ceremony itself. These artistic works served both as historical documentation and as ongoing propaganda for Santa Anna's political program. The popular songs that emerged celebrating Santa Anna's sacrifice represented a fascinating example of how political events could be transformed into folk culture. These musical compositions, ranging from formal patriotic hymns to informal drinking songs, spread throughout Mexico via the networks of traveling musicians and informal performance that connected urban and rural communities. The songs often emphasized themes of heroic sacrifice and national devotion, but they also revealed the complex ways in which ordinary Mexicans processed and interpreted their president's unusual funeral. The stories that circulated about Santa Anna's amputation and funeral underwent the kind of mythological transformation that often characterizes oral tradition. Details were embellished, significance was amplified, and the events themselves were gradually elevated from historical fact to legendary status. These evolving narratives revealed how Mexican popular culture was adapting to the unprecedented nature of Santa Anna's ceremony, creating explanatory frameworks that could accommodate such unusual political theater. Religious interpretations of Santa Anna's sacrifice became particularly prominent in rural areas, where the general's leg was sometimes compared to the relics of saints and martyrs. These religious frameworks provided familiar language for understanding the significance of physical sacrifice, and the veneration of bodily remains, allowing Mexican Catholics to engage meaningfully with the funeral, while drawing on established spiritual traditions. The commercial exploitation of Santa Anna's growing cult of personality created new opportunities for entrepreneurs and artists throughout Mexico. Vendors began selling miniature replicas of the crystal urn, medallions commemorating the funeral, and various other souvenirs that allowed ordinary citizens to participate in the commemoration of their president's sacrifice. This commercial activity both reflected and reinforced the popular fascination with Santa Anna's unusual ceremony. The general himself seemed to understand intuitively how to nurture this growing legend without appearing to do so overtly. He made regular visits to the cemetery, always in public view, always with the kind of dignified bearing that suggested genuine emotion rather than calculated performance. These visits became part of the rhythm of his public life, creating a pattern of behavior that reinforced the narrative of ongoing sacrifice and patriotic devotion that the funeral had established. Santa Anna's public appearances after the funeral were carefully choreographed to maintain the emotional impact of his sacrifice, while avoiding any suggestion of self-pity or weakness. He had learned to use his wooden leg as a prop in his political theater, allowing its visibility to remind audiences of his patriotic service, while demonstrating that his disability had not diminished his capacity for leadership. These performances required considerable skill, as they demanded genuine dignity while serving obvious political purposes. The anniversary commemorations of the funeral became annual events that allowed Santa Anna to refresh the public memory of his sacrifice, while creating new opportunities for political theater. These ceremonies, while smaller in scale than the original funeral, maintained many of its ceremonial elements and continued to attract significant public attention. The anniversary observances served both as genuine commemorations and as regular reminders of Santa Anna's claim to special status among Mexican political leaders. The integration of Santa Anna's sacrifice into the broader narrative of Mexican national identity represented one of the funeral's most significant long-term impacts. The ceremony had created a powerful symbol that connected personal suffering to collective meaning, providing a framework that other Mexican leaders would attempt to emulate in subsequent decades. The funeral's success had established a template for how individual sacrifice could be transformed into political capital and national mythology. The immediate reaction to the ceremony was as complex and layered as Mexican society itself. Among the upper classes, those who moved in the circles of political power and social influence, the funeral was generally received with the kind of respectful acknowledgement that such occasions demand. Picture the drawing rooms of the capital's elite, where conversations about the ceremony were conducted in the measured tones of those who understood that their own positions depended, at least in part, on maintaining the proper attitude toward such displays of patriotic devotion. These were people who had learned to read the subtle signals of political theater, and they recognized that Santa Anna's funeral represented not just personal grief, but a calculated investment in his own political future. But even as the cult of Santa Anna's personality flourished, there were signs that the very success of the funeral was creating vulnerabilities that would eventually prove problematic. The elaborate nature of the ceremony had set a precedent for theatrical display that would be difficult to maintain, and the general's political opponents were already beginning to recognize that a leader who lived by spectacle might also die by it. The funeral had elevated Santa Anna's profile, but it had also made him a more visible target for criticism and satire. The opposition political figures who had initially maintained respectful silence about the funeral began to develop more sophisticated critiques of Santa Anna's theatrical approach to leadership. These critics argued that the president's focus on symbolic gestures was distracting attention from substantive policy challenges, and they questioned whether a leader who devoted so much energy to self-promotion could adequately serve the broader needs of the Mexican nation. The economic costs of maintaining Santa Anna's cult of personality became increasingly apparent as Mexico faced ongoing financial difficulties. Critics began to calculate the total expenses associated with the funeral, the monument, and the various ceremonial activities that had grown around the commemoration of the president's sacrifice. These calculations provided ammunition for political opponents, who argued that such theatrical displays were inappropriate luxuries for a nation struggling with basic governance challenges. The international scrutiny generated by the funeral created additional vulnerabilities for Santa Anna's political position, as foreign observers published increasingly critical accounts of the ceremony and its aftermath. Some Mexicans began to worry about their nation's international reputation. The funeral that had been intended to demonstrate Mexican cultural sophistication was sometimes interpreted abroad as evidence of political immaturity or governmental instability. The satirical responses to the funeral while initially muted out of respect for the office of the presidency, began to surface in the form of anonymous pamphlets and whispered jokes that circulated through the capital's social networks. Picture these early examples of political humor, carefully crafted to avoid direct confrontation, while still managing to highlight the absurdity of honoring a severed limb with full military honors. The satirists understood that they were walking a dangerous line, but they also recognized that the funeral had provided them with material that was almost too rich to resist. The development of satirical responses to Santa Anna's funeral represented a significant evolution in Mexican political culture. The ceremony's unprecedented nature had created opportunities for humor that had not previously existed, and satirists found themselves able to critique presidential behavior in ways that would have been unthinkable under different circumstances. The funeral's combination of genuine patriotic sentiment and obvious self-promotion created perfect conditions for the kind of ironic commentary that would eventually become a staple of Mexican political discourse. The anonymous pamphlets that began circulating in Mexico City revealed the existence of a sophisticated underground network of political commentary that operated outside official channels. These publications used humor and satire to express criticisms that could not be voiced openly, creating alternative spaces for political discussion that challenged Santa Anna's control over public discourse. The pamphlets often employed religious parody and classical allusions to make their points, demonstrating the educational sophistication of their authors and audiences. The whispered jokes and satirical songs that circulated through Mexico City's social networks revealed how ordinary citizens were processing their complex reactions to the funeral. These informal expressions of humor allowed people to acknowledge the ceremony's absurd elements, while avoiding direct confrontation with political authorities. The jokes often focused on the practical implications of honoring a severed limb, playing with the contrast between the funeral's elaborate ceremony and its unusual subject matter. The international satirical responses to the funeral were often more direct and caustic than their Mexican counterparts, reflecting the different political constraints faced by foreign commentators. European satirical publications, in particular, found rich material in Santa Anna's ceremony, often using it as an example of New World political excess or Latin American governmental instability. These international satirical responses, when they filtered back to Mexico, created additional embarrassment for Santa Anna's supporters. The religious satirical responses to the funeral were particularly sensitive, as they touched on the ceremony's use of Catholic ritual and symbolism. Some satirists questioned the appropriateness of applying religious funeral rites to a severed limb, while others played with the theological implications of venerating the body parts of living individuals. These religious satirical responses revealed tensions between popular Catholic devotion and skepticism about political manipulation of religious sentiment. The aristocratic families who comprised Mexico's social elite brought their own perspectives to bear on the funeral's significance. Many of these families had European connections that allowed them to compare Santa Anna's ceremony to the elaborate court rituals of the Old World. Some found the funeral sophisticated in its understanding of symbolic politics, while others privately questioned whether such theatrical gestures were appropriate for a Republican government. Their reactions were complicated by their own political calculations, as supporting or opposing Santa Anna could have significant consequences for their social and economic positions. The foreign press, less constrained by considerations of diplomatic courtesy, began to publish accounts of the funeral that emphasized its unusual nature, while questioning the judgment of a leader who would orchestrate such an event. These international reports, when they filtered back to Mexico, created a kind of secondary embarrassment among some segments of the population who had initially supported the ceremony. The realization that their nation was being discussed abroad as a place where leaders held funerals for their own severed limbs was not entirely comfortable for citizens who were sensitive about their country's international reputation. The British press coverage of the funeral was generally restrained, but subtly critical, reflecting British diplomatic priorities and cultural sensibilities. British newspapers tended to emphasize the ceremony's unusual nature, while questioning its implications for Mexican political stability and international relations. The coverage often included detailed descriptions of the funeral's elaborate organization, but these descriptions were typically framed in ways that highlighted the ceremony's excessive character. French press coverage faced the particular challenge of responding to a ceremony that celebrated resistance to French military action. French newspapers generally avoided direct criticism of Santa Anna's funeral, but their coverage often emphasized the broader political instability that had led to the conflict in which the general had been wounded. This approach allowed French publications to acknowledge the ceremony while maintaining their nation's dignity in the face of Mexican celebration of resistance to French power. American press coverage of the funeral varied considerably, depending on the political perspectives of different publications. Some American newspapers treated the ceremony as evidence of Mexican political sophistication, while others used it as an example of Latin American governmental excess or instability. The coverage often reflected broader American attitudes toward Mexico and Latin America, with the funeral serving as a symbol for whatever characteristics American commentators wished to emphasize about their southern neighbors. European satirical publications found particularly rich material in Santa Anna's funeral, often using it as an example of New World political theater or Republican governmental excess. These satirical responses frequently played with contrasts between European political traditions and American innovations, suggesting that the funeral represented the kind of democratic excess that European monarchists had long predicted would characterize Republican governments. The religious implications of the funeral also began to generate debate among Mexico's Catholic hierarchy. While the Church had participated in the ceremony, some clerics privately questioned whether it was appropriate to apply religious ritual to the remains of a living person, particularly when those remains consisted of a single severed limb. Picture the theological discussions that took place in monastery cells and bishops' residences, where learned men debated the precedents and implications of treating an amputated leg as if it were a sacred relic. The theological debates generated by Santa Anna's funeral revealed significant tensions within Mexican Catholicism about the proper relationship between religious ritual and political authority. Conservative clerics argued that the ceremony had inappropriately conflated political and religious significance, while more liberal church officials defended the funeral as a legitimate expression of patriotic devotion that deserved religious blessing. These debates often reflected broader disagreements about the Catholic Church's role in Mexican national life. The question of whether Santa Anna's leg could legitimately be treated as a religious relic became a subject of scholarly debate among Mexican theologians. Church scholars attempted to find precedents in Catholic tradition for venerating the bodily remains of living individuals, but they struggled to identify examples that clearly supported the funeral's religious elements. This scholarly uncertainty contributed to ongoing clerical discomfort with the ceremony's religious implications. The involvement of the Archbishop of Mexico City in blessing Santa Anna's funeral created particular complications for church hierarchy. Some clerics questioned whether the archbishop had exceeded his authority in sanctifying what was essentially a political ceremony, while others argued that patriotic sacrifice merited religious recognition, regardless of its specific circumstances. These debates eventually reached Rome, where Vatican officials were asked to provide guidance on the proper Catholic response to such unusual ceremonial innovations. The regional bishops who had been expected to organize commemorative ceremonies in their own diocese faced difficult decisions about how to balance religious propriety with political expectations. Some bishops organized elaborate commemorations that closely followed the Mexico City model, while others chose more restrained approaches that acknowledged Santa Anna's sacrifice without fully embracing the funeral's religious elements. These varying responses revealed the complex calculations required to navigate the intersection of religious and political authority in post-independence Mexico. The diplomatic community within Mexico's upper classes provided another lens through which the funeral was interpreted. Foreign residents who had married into Mexican families or established long-term business relationships found themselves navigating the delicate terrain between their own cultural perspectives and their adopted country's political realities. Their observations, recorded in private letters and diaries, reveal the challenges of understanding Mexican political culture from within, while maintaining some measure of intellectual distance from its more theatrical expressions. These religious concerns never developed into open criticism, but they created an undercurrent of unease that would eventually contribute to the erosion of support for Santa Anna's increasingly theatrical approach to leadership. The Church's initial blessing of the ceremony had provided it with a kind of spiritual legitimacy, but the institution's growing discomfort with the implications of that blessing would eventually become another factor in the general's political decline. The economic implications of the funeral and its aftermath also began to generate discussion among those who were responsible for managing the nation's finances. The ceremony had been expensive, and the ongoing maintenance of the monument and the cult of personality that surrounded it represented a continuing drain on public resources. Picture the quiet conversations that took place in government offices, where bureaucrats tasked with balancing budgets began to question whether the political benefits of such elaborate displays justified their considerable cost. The total cost of Santa Anna's funeral had been substantial, encompassing everything from the construction of the crystal urn and funeral carriage to the wages paid to the thousands of workers who had decorated Mexico City for the ceremony. Government accountants calculated that the event had cost more than many entire government departments spent in a full year, raising questions about spending priorities and fiscal responsibility. These calculations became ammunition for political opponents, who argued that Santa Anna's theatrical approach to leadership was an inappropriate luxury for a nation facing serious economic challenges. The ongoing costs associated with maintaining Santa Anna's cult of personality created additional strain on government finances. The monument required regular maintenance, the anniversary commemorations demanded annual expenditures, and the various ceremonial activities that had grown around the funeral's memory all required governmental support. These continuing expenses accumulated over time, creating a permanent burden on public finances that critics argued was impossible to justify in practical terms. The economic opportunities created by Santa Anna's funeral also generated controversy, as some observers questioned whether it was appropriate for individuals to profit from commemorating the president's sacrifice. The vendors who sold funeral souvenirs, the artists who created commemorative works, and the various service providers who had contributed to the ceremony all benefited economically from the event. While this commercial activity was generally seen as legitimate, it contributed to a broader perception that the funeral had been as much about business as about patriotism. The international economic implications of the funeral were more subtle but potentially more significant. Foreign investors and trading partners watched Mexican political developments carefully, and some expressed concern about the governmental priorities revealed by Santa Anna's elaborate ceremony. The funeral's cost and theatrical character raised questions about Mexican political stability and fiscal responsibility that could affect international economic relationships. As the months passed, the funeral began to take on a life of its own in the popular imagination, becoming the subject of stories and legends that grew in the telling. Picture the transformation of the actual event into folklore, as the details were embellished, and the significance was amplified through countless retellings. The funeral had become more than a historical event. It had become a cultural touchstone that seemed to capture something essential about the character of both Santa Anna and the nation he led. The folkloric transformation of Santa Anna's funeral represented a fascinating example of how historical events can be mythologized through popular culture. Rural storytellers, in particular, found rich material in the ceremony's unusual elements, often embellishing the details to create more dramatic narratives that emphasized themes of heroic sacrifice and divine intervention. These stories spread throughout Mexico via the informal networks of traveling merchants, migrant workers, and religious pilgrims that connected different regions of the country. The regional variations in how the funeral story was told revealed the diverse ways in which different Mexican communities understood national identity and political authority. In northern border regions, the stories often emphasized Santa Anna's resistance to foreign invasion, while in central agricultural areas, the narratives typically focused on themes of sacrifice for the common good. Indigenous communities often incorporated elements from their own cultural traditions, creating syncretic versions that blended Catholic, patriotic, and traditional themes. The children's versions of the funeral story were particularly interesting, as they revealed how younger generations were processing the ceremony's significance. Many children's stories simplified the funeral's political complexities while emphasizing themes of bravery and sacrifice that young minds could more easily understand. These juvenile narratives often transformed Santa Anna into a fairy tale hero whose magical leg had special powers, creating fantasy versions that were both more innocent and more imaginative than adult interpretations. The wealthy merchant families who had prospered under Mexican independence brought practical considerations to their assessment of the funeral's significance. These individuals understood that political stability was essential to their continued prosperity, and they evaluated Santa Anna's ceremony primarily in terms of its potential impact on governmental effectiveness and international relations. Their support for the funeral was often conditional, based on their assessment of whether such gestures would strengthen or weaken Mexico's position in the world community. The artistic legacy of the funeral extended beyond the commissioned works created for the ceremony itself to include the numerous paintings, sculptures, and literary works that it inspired in subsequent years. Mexican artists found in Santa Anna's sacrifice a rich subject that could be interpreted through various aesthetic and political lenses, creating a body of work that both celebrated and questioned the funeral's significance. These artistic responses revealed the complex ways in which Mexican culture was grappling with the unprecedented nature of the ceremony. The theatrical productions inspired by the funeral represented a particularly interesting form of cultural response. Several Mexican playwrights created dramatic works that used Santa Anna's ceremony as either the central focus or an important element in broader narratives about Mexican national identity. These theatrical productions often took liberties with historical accuracy in order to explore larger themes about sacrifice, leadership, and the relationship between personal and political identity. The educational materials created to teach Mexican children about Santa Anna's sacrifice revealed the challenges faced by teachers and textbook writers in explaining such an unusual historical event. Many educational approaches emphasized the patriotic themes while downplaying the ceremony's more theatrical elements, creating sanitized versions that focused on sacrifice and national service, while avoiding questions about political appropriateness or governmental priorities. But even as the legend grew, so too did the recognition that the funeral had created a standard of theatrical excess that would be difficult to maintain. Santa Anna's subsequent public appearances were inevitably measured against the elaborate spectacle of that February morning, and the general found himself trapped in a cycle of ever-increasing dramatic gesture that would eventually prove unsustainable. The funeral had been a triumph, but it had also created expectations that would prove impossible to fulfill. The psychological pressure created by the funeral's success became apparent in Santa Anna's subsequent behavior as he struggled to find ways to maintain the public attention and emotional connection that the ceremony had generated. Each new crisis or opportunity required him to consider whether his response would match the dramatic impact of his leg's funeral, creating a standard of theatrical performance that proved increasingly difficult to meet. This pressure contributed to some of his later political miscalculations as he sought to recreate the funeral's success through other dramatic gestures. The political opposition that had initially been silenced by the funeral's patriotic themes gradually developed more sophisticated strategies for challenging Santa Anna's theatrical approach to leadership. Opposition figures learned to distinguish between legitimate patriotic sacrifice and self-promotional spectacle, creating analytical frameworks that allowed them to criticize the president's methods without appearing unpatriotic. These evolving opposition strategies would eventually prove effective in undermining Santa Anna's political position. The international community's growing skepticism about Santa Anna's theatrical leadership style created diplomatic challenges that compounded his domestic political problems. Foreign governments began to question whether a leader who devoted so much attention to ceremonial self-promotion could be relied upon for serious international negotiations. This international skepticism limited Santa Anna's options in foreign policy and contributed to his eventual political isolation. The emergence of alternative Mexican political leaders who explicitly rejected Santa Anna's theatrical approach represented a significant challenge to his continued dominance. These rival politicians offered voters a different model of leadership that emphasized substance over spectacle, creating political alternatives that appealed to citizens who had grown weary of elaborate ceremonies and dramatic gestures. The funeral's very success had helped create the conditions for this political backlash. The generational divide that emerged in response to Santa Anna's funeral revealed changing attitudes toward political authority and governmental responsibility. Younger Mexicans who had come of age after independence were less impressed by theatrical displays and more demanding of practical results from their political leaders. This generational shift created a political environment that was increasingly hostile to the kind of ceremonial leadership that Santa Anna represented. The stage was being set for a reversal of fortune that would transform the funeral from a triumph into a source of vulnerability. The same theatrical instincts that had made the ceremony possible would eventually contribute to Santa Anna's downfall, and the leg that had been buried with such elaborate ceremony would eventually become a target for the anger of a people who had grown weary of spectacle without substance. The wheel of fortune that had elevated the general was already beginning to turn, and when it completed its revolution, not even the most sacred relics would be safe from the fury of betrayed expectations. Chapter 4. Revolt and Desecration. The international isolation that Mexico experienced under Santa Anna's leadership created additional problems that theatrical gestures could not address. His confrontational approach to diplomacy had alienated several major powers, while his domestic theatricality had made Mexico an object of international ridicule rather than respect. Foreign governments that had initially been willing to work with Santa Anna despite his eccentricities now began to seek alternative Mexican political figures who might offer more stable and predictable leadership. The poetic responses that accompanied the procession provided a fascinating counterpoint to the elaborate verses that had been composed for Santa Anna's funeral, where the original poetry had used elevated language and classical allusions to celebrate the general's sacrifice. The procession inspired crude but effective satirical verses that mocked his pretensions and highlighted his failures. This transformation of poetic discourse reflected the broader changes in Mexican political culture that the revolution had brought about. The musical elements of the procession were equally significant, where Santa Anna's funeral had featured formal military bands playing dignified dirges. The reverse ceremony was accompanied by improvised songs that ranged from patriotic hymns celebrating freedom to comic ditties that ridiculed the fallen general. The crowd's musical creativity demonstrated their ability to transform cultural forms to serve new political purposes while creating a soundtrack for Santa Anna's symbolic destruction. The theatrical aspects of the procession were particularly striking, given Santa Anna's own devotion to political theater. The crowd had unconsciously created a dramatic performance that was far more effective than any of the general's carefully orchestrated spectacles, demonstrating that authentic popular emotion could be more powerful than professional stagecraft. The procession served as both a critique of Santa Anna's theatrical approach to leadership and an example of how dramatic techniques could be used to serve democratic rather than autocratic purposes. The legal implications of the crowd's actions were complex and probably not fully understood by most participants. The exhumation and public humiliation of human remains violated numerous laws and religious regulations, but the revolutionary context provided a kind of popular legitimacy that transcended normal legal constraints. The crowd's willingness to engage in technically illegal activities demonstrated the extent of their opposition to Santa Anna, while creating precedents for popular action that would influence future political movements. The psychological dynamics of the crowd during the procession revealed the complex ways in which collective action can both liberate and constrain individual behavior. Participants who might normally have been horrified by the idea of desecrating human remains found themselves enthusiastically participating in activities that would have been unthinkable under normal circumstances. This transformation of individual psychology through collective action provided insights into the nature of revolutionary moments and the power of shared political emotion. The final destruction of the leg occurred not through any planned ceremony, but through the gradual attrition that resulted from its rough treatment during the day-long procession. Picture the preserved flesh beginning to tear and fragment as it was dragged over the rough cobblestones. The alcohol that had maintained its integrity for 5 years, finally proving insufficient to protect it from the determined abuse of an angry crowd. What had once been carefully preserved as a sacred relic was systematically destroyed through the collective action of people who had decided that some symbols were too dangerous to be allowed to survive. The chemical processes that had preserved the leg for 5 years were no match for the mechanical stress of being dragged over cobblestones and handled by an enthusiastic crowd. The alcohol that had maintained the limb's integrity began to evaporate when exposed to air and heat, while the physical trauma of the procession caused tears and breaks that compromised the preservation. These technical failures served as reminders that even the most elaborate human efforts to achieve permanence are ultimately temporary. The physical deterioration of Santa Anna's leg during the procession was both accidental and symbolic. The crowd had not necessarily intended to destroy the preserved limb completely, but the rough treatment it received during its journey through the city inevitably caused damage that accumulated throughout the day. This gradual destruction served as a metaphor for the slow erosion of Santa Anna's political authority, which had also deteriorated through accumulated damage, rather than sudden catastrophic failure. The symbolic significance of the leg's destruction extended beyond its obvious political implications. The disintegration of Santa Anna's carefully preserved relic represented the ultimate triumph of natural processes over human artifice, demonstrating that no amount of ceremony or preservation technology could make political symbols permanent. The leg's return to organic decay served as a powerful reminder of the temporary nature of all human authority and the ultimate futility of attempts to achieve political immortality through theatrical gesture. The crowd's reaction to the leg's deterioration revealed their sophisticated understanding of political symbolism. Rather than being disappointed by the unintended destruction of their trophy, participants interpreted the limb's disintegration as confirmation of the righteousness of their cause. The leg's inability to survive its journey through the streets was seen as evidence that Santa Anna's political legacy was equally fragile and unsustainable. The constitutional conflicts that characterized Santa Anna's later rule revealed the fundamental incompatibility between his personalized approach to leadership and the institutional development that Mexico needed for long-term political stability. His repeated attempts to centralize power and reduce regional autonomy alienated local political leaders who had previously been willing to accept his theatrical excesses in exchange for practical autonomy. These constitutional disputes created a network of regional opposition that would eventually prove decisive in his overthrow. The medical and scientific observers who witnessed the leg's destruction provided technical commentary on the preservation methods that had been used in 1839. Their professional analysis of the limb's condition and the reasons for its deterioration contributed to broader understanding of anatomical preservation, while providing additional evidence of the resources that had been devoted to Santa Anna's theatrical politics. These scientific perspectives added another layer of meaning to the political symbolism of the procession. The religious implications of the leg's destruction were complex and troubling to some observers. The systematic degradation of human remains, even those that had been artificially preserved, violated Catholic teachings about the proper treatment of the dead. However, the unusual circumstances surrounding Santa Anna's burial and the political context of the exhumation created theological ambiguities that made it difficult to apply traditional religious standards to the situation. The environmental impact of the leg's destruction was minimal, but symbolically significant. The preserved flesh that was scattered during the procession would eventually return to the earth from which it had come, completing a natural cycle that Santa Anna's elaborate preservation efforts had temporarily interrupted. This return to organic processes served as a reminder that political ambitions, no matter how grandiose, must ultimately submit to natural law. By evening, when the crowd finally began to disperse, there was little left of what had once been the focus of one of Mexico's most elaborate state ceremonies. Picture the scattered remains lying in the street, like the debris from any other kind of public celebration, with only the most observant passers-by able to recognize what they were seeing. The leg that had been buried with such pomp and honored with such reverence had been reduced to organic waste, its symbolic power finally exhausted through the democratic process of popular rejection. The aftermath of the procession left Mexico City's streets littered with the physical and symbolic remains of Santa Anna's political legacy. Cleanup crews who were tasked with removing the debris from the day's activities found themselves disposing of what had once been treated as a sacred relic, demonstrating the complete transformation of the leg's symbolic status. The casual efficiency with which the remains were removed and discarded served as a final commentary on the temporary nature of political authority and the ultimate futility of theatrical gesture. The documentation of the leg's final state was undertaken by various observers who recognized the historical significance of what they had witnessed. Artists who sketched the scattered remains created visual records that would preserve the memory of Santa Anna's complete humiliation, while writers who described the scene provided literary testimony to the thoroughness of his symbolic destruction. These documentary efforts ensured that future generations would understand the extent to which Santa Anna's political legacy had been rejected by his contemporaries. The public health implications of leaving human remains scattered in the streets were minimal, given the leg's preserved state and the small quantity of material involved. However, city officials who were responsible for public sanitation took care to ensure that all traces of the preserved limb were properly removed and disposed of, demonstrating their understanding that even the symbolic remnants of Santa Anna's rule needed to be completely eliminated. The legal questions raised by the leg's destruction were never formally resolved. No charges were brought against the crowd members who had participated in the exhumation and procession, partly because the revolutionary context made prosecution impractical, and partly because the new government had no interest in defending Santa Anna's memory. This legal amnesty served as an implicit endorsement of the crowd's actions while establishing precedents for popular political expression that would influence future Mexican political culture. The international reactions to news of the leg's destruction were as varied as the responses to the original funeral had been. Some foreign observers interpreted the episode as evidence of Mexican political maturity and democratic spirit, while others saw it as confirmation of Latin American political instability and mob rule. These divergent international responses reflected broader cultural differences in how various nations understood the relationship between popular sovereignty and political authority. The broader significance of the leg's desecration extended far beyond the simple destruction of a preserved body part. Picture the conversations that took place in the days following the event, as citizens tried to process what they had witnessed and understand its implications for their nation's political future. The exhumation and destruction of Santa Anna's leg had been more than just an act of symbolic vandalism. It had been a collective rejection of the kind of theatrical leadership that prioritized spectacle over substance, ceremony over competence. The cultural changes that were transforming Mexican society during the 1840s also worked against Santa Anna's theatrical approach to leadership. A new generation of Mexican intellectuals and artists was developing more sophisticated approaches to questions of national identity and cultural expression, approaches that emphasized substance over spectacle and institutional development over personal charisma. These cultural leaders increasingly viewed Santa Anna's theatrical gestures as embarrassing relics of an earlier, less mature phase of Mexican political development. The philosophical implications of the crowd's action were profound and would influence Mexican political thought for generations. The people's willingness to violate what had once been treated as sacred demonstrated their understanding that political authority derives from popular consent rather than ceremonial display. The leg's destruction served as a practical lesson in democratic theory, showing that symbols of authority have no power independent of the people's willingness to accept their legitimacy. The psychological impact of witnessing Santa Anna's complete symbolic humiliation extended beyond the immediate participants to affect Mexican political culture more broadly. Citizens who had learned to accept theatrical leadership as normal found themselves questioning whether dramatic gesture was an appropriate foundation for political authority. The leg's destruction served as a powerful demonstration that even the most elaborate political theater could be overturned by authentic popular will. The cultural significance of the episode extended into areas ranging from literature and art to religious practice and social custom. Mexican artists and writers found in Santa Anna's story a rich source of material for exploring themes of hubris, popular sovereignty, and the relationship between symbol and substance. The leg's destruction became a standard reference point for discussions of political legitimacy and the proper limits of ceremonial authority. The educational value of the episode for Mexican civic development was enormous. Citizens who had participated in or witnessed the leg's destruction had received practical instruction in democratic principles that was far more effective than any theoretical discourse could have been. The experience of successfully challenging political authority through collective action provided a foundation for future democratic participation that would serve Mexico well in its ongoing political development. The historical legacy of Santa Anna's leg was thus ultimately more significant than the man himself or his specific political career. The story of the limb's burial and destruction served as a perfect allegory for the relationship between political authority and popular consent, demonstrating that no amount of ceremonial aberration could substitute for genuine democratic legitimacy. The leg's journey from sacred relic to scattered refuse provided a powerful lesson about the temporary nature of all political symbols and the ultimate sovereignty of the people. The international reaction to the leg's desecration was perhaps even more intense than the response to the original funeral had been. Foreign diplomats found themselves tasked with explaining to their governments how a nation that had once honored a severed limb with full military honors had now allowed a mob to drag that same limb through the streets. Picture these diplomatic dispatches, their authors struggling to find language adequate to convey the surreal nature of what they had witnessed, as they tried to analyze the political implications of events that seemed to defy conventional diplomatic understanding. The European diplomatic responses to the leg's destruction revealed the challenges that Old World representatives faced in understanding New World political culture. British officials, accustomed to gradual constitutional change, struggled to interpret the symbolic violence of the crowd's action, while French diplomats found themselves in the awkward position of reporting on the destruction of a memorial to resistance against French military power. Spanish representatives, given their former colonial relationship with Mexico, were particularly sensitive to the implications of popular action against established authority. The American diplomatic reaction was complicated by the United States' own Republican political culture, which provided some framework for understanding popular sovereignty, while still maintaining respect for law and order. American observers generally interpreted the leg's destruction as evidence of democratic vitality, though they also expressed concern about the potential for mob rule to undermine stable government. Their reports to Washington reflected the complex relationship between democratic theory and practical governance that characterized American political thought during this period. The reactions of other Latin American governments to news of Santa Anna's humiliation were particularly significant, as these nations faced similar challenges in establishing stable political institutions after independence. Some Latin American leaders interpreted the leg's destruction as a cautionary tale about the dangers of personalizing political authority, while others saw it as an inspiring example of popular resistance to autocratic rule. These varied responses reflected the diverse political trajectories that characterized Latin American development during the post-independence period. The religious community's international response to the leg's desecration revealed the complex relationship between Catholic teaching and political authority. Vatican officials, when asked to comment on the theological implications of the episode, found themselves unable to provide clear guidance due to the unprecedented nature of the situation. The absence of established religious doctrine regarding the treatment of preserved limbs from living individuals left local church authorities to develop their own responses to the crowd's actions. The revolution that erupted in late 1844 was not the sudden explosion of popular anger that characterizes some political upheavals, but rather the culmination of years of accumulated grievances that had finally reached a critical mass. Imagine the conversations that took place in the weeks leading up to the uprising, as various opposition groups began to coordinate their activities and recognize that the time had come to challenge Santa Anna's increasingly autocratic rule. These were not wild-eyed radicals seeking to overturn the social order, but rather pragmatic politicians and military officers who had concluded that the general's continued leadership posed a threat to the stability of the nation. The scientific community's international interest in the leg's preservation and destruction contributed to broader discussions about anatomical techniques and the relationship between science and politics. European medical journals published detailed analyses of the preservation methods that had been used, while anthropologists studied the episode as an example of how modern political systems incorporated traditional cultural practices related to death and commemoration. These scientific perspectives added additional layers of meaning to the political symbolism of Santa Anna's story. The literary and artistic responses to the leg's destruction extended far beyond Mexico to influence cultural production throughout the Americas and Europe. Writers and artists found in Santa Anna's story a rich source of material for exploring universal themes of power, hubris, and popular justice. The leg's journey from veneration to humiliation provided a narrative structure that could be adapted to various cultural contexts while retaining its essential meaning about the relationship between authority and consent. The destruction of the leg marked the end of an era in Mexican political culture, the final rejection of a style of leadership that had placed theatrical gesture above practical governance. Santa Anna himself, safely in exile, learned of his leg's fate through the same international press that had once covered its elaborate funeral, and one can only imagine his feelings as he read accounts of the systematic destruction of what he had once treated as a sacred relic. The man who had lived by spectacle had finally fallen victim to it, as the same popular energies that had once responded to his theatrical gestures turned against the symbols of his authority with equal dramatic force. The psychological impact on Santa Anna of learning about his leg's destruction must have been devastating. The general who had built his political career on the ability to control symbolic meaning now found himself powerless to protect even his most carefully crafted creation from popular ridicule. The reports he received of the crowd's actions served as a final confirmation of his complete political irrelevance, demonstrating that his influence in Mexican politics had been utterly eliminated. The practical implications of the leg's destruction for Santa Anna's potential return to power were equally significant. Any future political comeback would now have to overcome not just policy disagreements or personal animosities, but the memory of his symbols being literally dragged through the streets by angry citizens. The leg's destruction had created a reservoir of humiliating imagery that Santa Anna's political opponents could draw upon indefinitely, making any serious attempt at political rehabilitation extremely difficult. The international isolation that Santa Anna experienced after learning of his leg's fate was compounded by the ridicule that the episode generated in foreign capitals. The general, who had once been taken seriously as a political figure, now found himself transformed into an object of international humor, his theatrical approach to leadership serving as a cautionary tale about the dangers of political excess. This transformation from feared caudillo to comic figure represented a kind of political death that was more complete than any military defeat could have been. The financial implications of the leg's destruction were also significant for Santa Anna personally. The elaborate monument and preservation apparatus that had been destroyed represented a substantial investment of both public and private resources, an investment that had now been completely lost. The waste of these resources served as additional evidence of the impracticality of Santa Anna's theatrical approach to leadership, while providing his enemies with concrete examples of his fiscal irresponsibility. The family and personal relationships that had been built around Santa Anna's cult of personality also suffered from the leg's destruction. Associates who had once found it advantageous to be connected with the famous general now discovered that such associations had become liabilities. The complete nature of Santa Anna's symbolic humiliation made it impossible for former supporters to maintain their relationships without suffering damage to their own reputations. In the broader sweep of history, the tale of Santa Anna's leg serves as a perfect allegory for the relationship between political power and public perception, a reminder that the symbols leaders create to enhance their authority can eventually become weapons in the hands of their enemies. Picture this story as a lesson in the dangers of political theater, a cautionary tale about the risks that leaders assume when they choose to elevate their personal experiences into matters of national significance. The universal themes embedded in Santa Anna's story transcend the specific historical context of 19th century Mexico to provide insights into the nature of political authority in all times and places. The leg's journey from sacred relic to scattered refuse illustrates fundamental truths about the relationship between power and consent that remain relevant in contemporary political discourse. The episode serves as a reminder that political legitimacy ultimately depends on popular acceptance rather than ceremonial elaboration. The organizational structure of the opposition movement revealed the broad-based nature of dissatisfaction with Santa Anna's rule. Military officers who had grown tired of serving under a leader whose strategic decisions seemed based more on dramatic effect than tactical wisdom, coordinated with civilian politicians who wanted to establish more predictable and institutional forms of governance. Regional governors, who had been alienated by Santa Anna's centralizing policies, allied with local business leaders who needed stable government to pursue their economic interests. The literary and philosophical interpretations of Santa Anna's story have continued to evolve, as each generation finds new meanings in the tale of the buried and exhumed leg. Writers and thinkers have used the episode to explore questions ranging from the nature of political symbolism to the psychology of authoritarian leadership, while artists have found in it rich material for visual representations of power's rise and fall. The story's enduring appeal lies in its perfect encapsulation of universal human experiences of ambition, success, hubris, and downfall. The pedagogical value of Santa Anna's story for understanding democratic principles cannot be overstated. The episode provides a concrete example of how popular sovereignty actually functions in practice, demonstrating that democratic authority ultimately rests on the people's willingness to accept political symbols and institutions as legitimate. The leg's destruction serves as a powerful illustration of how quickly political authority can collapse when it loses popular support. The comparative political science insights that can be drawn from Santa Anna's experience remain relevant for contemporary analysis of authoritarian leadership and democratic transition. The general's reliance on theatrical gesture rather than institutional development provides a case study in the limitations of personalized authority, while the crowd's collective action demonstrates the power of popular mobilization to challenge established political symbols. These lessons have applications far beyond the specific context of 19th century Mexico. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you can find comfort in the knowledge that our own era, for all its complexities and challenges, has largely moved beyond the kind of elaborate political theater that characterized Santa Anna's Mexico. The distance of time allows us to appreciate the human comedy inherent in the general story, while recognizing the deeper truths it reveals about the nature of power, the fickleness of public opinion, and the ultimate fragility of all human pretensions to permanence. The contemporary relevance of Santa Anna's story lies not in its specific details, but in its illustration of timeless patterns in the relationship between leaders and citizens. The general's rise through theatrical gesture, his maintenance of power through ceremonial liberation, and his ultimate downfall through popular rejection, provide a template for understanding how political authority functions in all democratic societies. The leg's journey from veneration to humiliation serves as a reminder that no political symbol is permanent and no authority is beyond challenge. The comfort that can be found in Santa Anna's story comes not from Schadenfreude at his downfall, but from the reassurance it provides about the ultimate power of popular will to correct political excesses. The Mexican people's rejection of theatrical leadership in favor of more substantial governance demonstrates the capacity of democratic societies to learn from their mistakes and evolve toward more effective forms of political organization. The leg's destruction represents not just the end of one man's political career, but the triumph of democratic principles over autocratic theatricality. The philosophical implications of Santa Anna's story extend beyond politics to encompass broader questions about human nature, ambition, and the pursuit of immortality through symbolic gesture. The general's attempt to achieve permanence through the elaborate burial of his severed limb reflects universal human desires for lasting significance, while the leg's ultimate destruction demonstrates the futility of trying to transcend mortality through material means. The story serves as a meditation on the proper relationship between individual ambition and collective welfare. Rest easy, knowing that the leg that once commanded the attention of a nation has long since returned to dust, its story surviving only in the gentle province of memory, where even the most dramatic gestures eventually find their proper place as footnotes in the larger human story of our endless capacity for both folly and wisdom. The final lesson of Santa Anna's leg is perhaps the most comforting of all, that human institutions and symbols, no matter how elaborate or carefully preserved, are ultimately temporary, while the capacity for human learning and democratic growth endures. The story reminds us that political mistakes, even spectacular ones, can be corrected through collective action, and that the most grandiose political theater is ultimately powerless against the authentic expression of popular will. In the end, the preserved leg that was once treated as a sacred relic has returned to the earth from which it came, while the democratic principles that motivated its destruction continue to inspire and guide human political development throughout the world. The intellectual framework for the revolution was provided by a new generation of Mexican political thinkers who had studied constitutional government and representative democracy in both theory and practice. These individuals offered alternative visions of Mexican political development that emphasized institutional accountability, economic development, and international respect, rather than theatrical leadership and personal charisma. Their ideas provided the ideological foundation for a movement that was about much more than simply replacing one leader with another. The communication networks that connected different opposition groups revealed the sophistication of anti-Santa Anna organizing. Letters, pamphlets, and personal messages carried information and coordinated activities across vast distances, creating a revolutionary infrastructure that Santa Anna's government proved unable to detect or disrupt. These networks built on existing social and economic relationships, transforming merchants' trade routes, family connections, and professional associations into channels for political resistance. The timing of the revolution was carefully calculated to take advantage of Santa Anna's political vulnerabilities while minimizing the risks to the conspirators themselves. The opposition waited until the generals' support had eroded sufficiently that their movement would appear to represent popular will rather than factional ambition. They also chose a moment when international attention was focused elsewhere, reducing the likelihood that foreign governments would intervene to support Santa Anna's continued rule. The immediate catalyst for the revolution was Santa Anna's attempt to centralize power even further, reducing the autonomy of the states and concentrating authority in the capital in ways that threatened the interests of regional elites who had previously been willing to tolerate his theatrical excesses. Picture the moment when these various grievances coalesced into a coordinated movement for change, as letters and messengers carried news of the uprising from one provincial capital to another, creating a network of resistance that Santa Anna's government proved unable to contain. The constitutional crisis that triggered the revolution was sparked by Santa Anna's decision to abolish the federal system established by the Constitution of 1824 and replace it with a centralized system that would concentrate power in Mexico City under his personal control. This decision threatened the autonomy that regional elites had carefully preserved since independence, creating a coalition of opposition that crossed traditional political and social boundaries. The constitutional question provided a legitimate framework for resistance that allowed Santa Anna's opponents to present themselves as defenders of legal government rather than mere political rebels. The summer of 1844 arrived in Mexico City with the kind of oppressive heat that seems to press down on both the landscape and the human spirit, creating an atmosphere ripe for the dramatic changes that were already stirring beneath the surface of political life. Picture yourself in the capital during those sweltering months, where the air shimmered with more than just temperature, where conversations in the markets and cantinas carried an undercurrent of dissatisfaction that had been building for years. The elaborate funeral of 1839 now seemed like a relic from a different era, a time when Santa Anna's theatrical gestures still possessed the power to inspire rather than irritate. The regional response to Santa Anna's centralizing policies was swift and decisive. Governors who had previously been willing to accommodate the general's theatrical style of leadership now found their own power and autonomy under direct attack. State legislatures passed resolutions condemning the constitutional changes, while local military commanders began to question whether their loyalty should be to Santa Anna personally or to the constitutional system he was attempting to overthrow. The economic dimensions of the opposition movement were equally important. Santa Anna's policies had created financial hardships that affected every level of Mexican society, from wealthy merchants whose trade was disrupted by political instability to ordinary workers whose employment was threatened by economic uncertainty. The revolution provided these diverse economic interests with a common cause, creating a coalition that was much broader and more powerful than any purely political movement could have been. The international context of the revolution also worked against Santa Anna. Foreign governments that had grown tired of his unpredictable leadership were quietly supportive of efforts to establish more stable and institutional forms of Mexican governance. While no foreign power provided direct assistance to the revolutionaries, the international community's obvious preference for political change created an environment that was favorable to Santa Anna's opponents. The military aspects of the revolution revealed the extent to which Santa Anna had lost the support of the armed forces that had once been the foundation of his power. Officers who had previously been loyal began to defect to the opposition, taking their units with them and creating a cascade of military abandonment that left the general increasingly isolated. The revolution's success was ensured not by dramatic battles, but by the systematic erosion of Santa Anna's military support. The general's response to the growing crisis revealed the limitations of a leadership style that had been built primarily on theatrical gesture rather than practical governance. Faced with genuine political opposition, Santa Anna seemed unable to adapt his approach, continuing to rely on the same dramatic flourishes that had served him well in earlier, simpler times. His speeches during this period had the hollow ring of performance divorced from reality, as if he were still playing to an audience that had long since stopped believing in the authenticity of his political theatre. Santa Anna's attempts to rally support during the crisis revealed how completely his political approach had been based on spectacle rather than substance. His speeches, once capable of inspiring genuine enthusiasm, now seemed forced and artificial, as if he were repeating lines from a play that had lost its audience. The general appeared unable to understand that the Mexican people were no longer willing to be entertained by political theater when they needed practical solutions to real problems. The military strategies that Santa Anna employed during the crisis showed a similar disconnection from reality. His tactical decisions seemed based more on their potential for dramatic effect than on their strategic wisdom, leading to a series of military blunders that accelerated the collapse of his support. Officers who had once admired his boldness now questioned his competence, while soldiers who had followed him faithfully began to wonder whether their loyalty was being wasted on a leader who cared more about appearances than victories. The diplomatic efforts that Santa Anna made during this period were equally ineffective. His theatrical approach to international relations, which had once seemed colorfully eccentric, now appeared dangerously unpredictable to foreign governments that needed stable partners for their own strategic and commercial objectives. International support that might once have been available to help Santa Anna maintain power was no longer forthcoming, leaving him increasingly isolated on the world stage. The propaganda war that accompanied the revolution revealed how completely Santa Anna's opponents had learned from his own use of symbolic politics. Opposition pamphlets and speeches used the general's own theatrical techniques against him, transforming his elaborate gestures into objects of ridicule rather than admiration. The leg's funeral, once a symbol of patriotic sacrifice, was now presented as evidence of Santa Anna's narcissism and disconnection from practical governance. The religious dimension of the opposition movement was also significant. Church leaders who had once been willing to provide religious legitimacy to Santa Anna's theatrical leadership now maintained careful neutrality, signaling to the faithful that the revolution did not pose a threat to religious institutions. This religious neutrality was crucial in a deeply Catholic society, where church opposition could have doomed any political movement. The very streets that had once been carpeted with flowers for Santa Anna's leg's funeral procession now baked under the merciless sun, their cobblestones radiating heat that seemed to mirror the growing anger of the population. Vendors who had once sold commemorative medals celebrating the general's sacrifice now whispered complaints about economic hardship and governmental corruption. The fountain in the central plaza, where crowds had once gathered to cheer Santa Anna's appearances, ran dry more often than not, a fitting metaphor for the exhaustion of public patience with theatrical leadership. As the revolution gained momentum throughout the fall of 1844, Mexico City itself became a stage for the final act of Santa Anna's political drama. Picture the capital during those tumultuous weeks, where the normal rhythms of daily life were interrupted by demonstrations, military movements, and the kind of political uncertainty that makes ordinary citizens reluctant to venture far from their homes. The streets that had once been decorated for Santa Anna's elaborate ceremonies now echoed with the chants of protesters demanding his removal from office. The transformation of Mexico City's atmosphere during the revolution was striking to contemporary observers. Streets that had once been filled with crowds cheering Santa Anna's appearances now witnessed demonstrations calling for his overthrow. The same plazas where citizens had once gathered to honor his leg's funeral were now used for rallies demanding constitutional government and fiscal responsibility. The capital city that had been Santa Anna's stage was becoming the theater for his political destruction. The participation of different social classes in the revolutionary demonstrations revealed the broad-based nature of opposition to Santa Anna's continued rule. Wealthy merchants who had grown tired of political instability marched alongside artisans who had suffered from economic hardship, while professionals who demanded institutional development coordinated with workers who simply wanted stable employment. This coalition represented a significant challenge to any attempt by Santa Anna to dismiss the opposition as the work of a small faction. The role of women in the revolutionary movement was particularly notable, as many women who had participated in Santa Anna's elaborate ceremonies now organized opposition activities. The same social networks that had once coordinated support for the general's theatrical displays were now used to organize resistance to his continued rule. Women's participation lent additional legitimacy to the opposition movement, while demonstrating the extent to which Santa Anna had lost support across all segments of society. The international observers present in Mexico City during the revolution provided detailed accounts of the dramatic changes taking place in the capital. Foreign diplomats reported that the city's atmosphere had been completely transformed, with the pageantry and ceremony that had characterized Santa Anna's rule replaced by the urgent energy of political change. These international accounts helped spread news of the revolution to other countries while providing historical documentation of one of Mexico's most significant political transformations. The economic disruption caused by the revolutionary activity created additional pressure for political resolution. Businesses that depended on stable government found their operations threatened by the ongoing uncertainty, while international trade was disrupted by the political chaos. These economic pressures created incentives for rapid political change that worked against Santa Anna's attempts to maintain power through military force. The cultural dimensions of the revolution were equally significant. Intellectuals and artists who had once celebrated Santa Anna's theatrical leadership now used their talents to support the opposition movement. Poets who had composed elaborate verses celebrating the general's sacrifice now wrote satirical works mocking his pretensions, while painters who had created heroic portraits now turned their skills to revolutionary propaganda. The end, when it came, was both swift and anticlimactic. Santa Anna's support among the military, which had been the foundation of his political power, finally evaporated as officers who had once been loyal recognized that their own futures were better served by abandoning their commander. Picture the moment when the general realized that his position had become untenable, when the reports from his remaining subordinates made it clear that he could no longer count on the armed forces to maintain his authority. The theatrical gestures that had once commanded respect now seemed hollow and desperate, the performances of a man who had lost his audience. The final collapse of Santa Anna's military support was remarkable for its speed and completeness. Officers who had served him faithfully for years suddenly found themselves unable to maintain the loyalty of their troops. The soldiers began to defect to the opposition in increasing numbers. The general's attempts to rally his remaining forces with dramatic speeches and appeals to past glories fell on deaf ears, as military men recognized that their professional interests lay with the winning side. The political calculations that led to Santa Anna's abandonment by his former allies revealed the practical limitations of leadership based on personal charisma rather than institutional authority. Politicians who had supported the general when it served their interests now found it equally expedient to abandon him when his political utility had been exhausted. The same theatrical talents that had once made Santa Anna attractive to ambitious politicians now made him a liability that they could not afford to maintain. The political atmosphere of Mexico City in 1844 was heavy with the sense of approaching change. In the coffee houses where intellectuals gathered, discussions had shifted from debates about the meaning of Santa Anna's sacrifice to urgent conversations about constitutional reform and representative government. The same educated classes that had once composed elaborate poetry celebrating the general's patriotic devotion now wrote pamphlets demanding accountability and fiscal responsibility. The transformation of elite opinion was perhaps most visible in the salons of wealthy families, where portraits of Santa Anna that had once occupied places of honor were quietly relocated to less prominent positions. The administrative collapse that accompanied Santa Anna's political downfall was equally dramatic. Government bureaucrats who had once competed for the privilege of serving the theatrical general now distanced themselves from his administration to protect their own careers. The elaborate ceremonial apparatus that had surrounded Santa Anna's rule was quickly dismantled as officials recognized that their professional survival depended on demonstrating loyalty to the new political order. The international abandonment of Santa Anna was perhaps most painful for a leader who had always been conscious of Mexico's image in the world community. Foreign governments that had once been willing to work with the general despite his eccentricities now made it clear that they welcomed the prospect of more stable and predictable Mexican leadership. This international isolation left Santa Anna without the external support that might have helped him maintain power despite domestic opposition. The psychological impact of this comprehensive abandonment on Santa Anna himself must have been severe. A man who had built his career on the ability to command loyalty and inspire devotion suddenly found himself completely isolated, with even his closest associates unwilling to risk their own positions to support his continued rule. The theatrical gestures that had once seemed to demonstrate his mastery of political psychology now appeared as evidence of his fundamental misunderstanding of human nature. The logistics of Santa Anna's escape revealed the complete collapse of the governmental apparatus that had once supported his rule. The general who had once traveled with elaborate entourages and ceremonial escorts now had to arrange his own transportation and security. The network of loyal supporters that had once ensured his comfort and safety had evaporated, leaving him to rely on his own resources and the assistance of a few remaining friends. The route of Santa Anna's escape took him through regions where he had once been welcomed as a hero, but where he now had to travel in disguise to avoid recognition and potential violence. Towns that had once organized elaborate celebrations for his visits were now hostile territory, where his presence would have provoked demonstrations and possibly worse. The transformation of the Mexican landscape from welcoming to threatening provided a geographic metaphor for the complete reversal of his political fortunes. The international dimensions of Santa Anna's escape were also significant. Foreign governments that might once have provided asylum or assistance now maintained careful neutrality, unwilling to risk their relationships with the new Mexican government by supporting the discredited general. Santa Anna's theatrical approach to international relations, which had once seemed colorfully distinctive, now left him without reliable allies in his moment of greatest need. The symbolic significance of Santa Anna's flight extended beyond its immediate political implications. The general who had devoted so much energy to creating dramatic spectacles was now the protagonist in a drama of his own downfall, a theatrical production in which he played the role of the defeated antagonist rather than the triumphant hero. The irony of this reversal was not lost on contemporary observers, who recognized that Santa Anna had become a victim of the same theatrical forces he had once manipulated so skillfully. The psychological dimensions of Santa Anna's escape were equally dramatic. The general who had once commanded the attention and adoration of millions now found himself reduced to the status of a fugitive, dependent on the discretion of strangers and the protection of darkness. The transformation from celebrated leader to hunted exile represented a fall from grace that was as complete as it was rapid. But even with Santa Anna gone, the symbols of his rule remained, and none was more prominent or more vulnerable than the monument that marked the resting place of his severed leg. The elaborate tomb in the Santa Paula Cemetery had stood for 5 years as a testament to the general's capacity for dramatic gesture, but now it became a focal point for the accumulated frustrations of a population that had grown weary of theatrical leadership. Picture the cemetery in the days following Santa Anna's departure, where the monument stood like an abandoned stage set, its marble surfaces reflecting the uncertain light of a political landscape that had been fundamentally transformed. The monument itself had become an increasingly uncomfortable reminder of Santa Anna's theatrical excess during the months leading up to the revolution. Visitors to the cemetery who had once come to pay respectful tribute to the general's sacrifice now found themselves questioning the appropriateness of honoring a severed limb with such elaborate architecture. The inscription that had once seemed appropriately dignified now appeared grandiose and self-congratulatory, while the monument's prominent position within the cemetery seemed to represent a kind of spatial arrogance that reflected badly on its subject. The international community in Mexico City had also noted the changing political winds. Foreign merchants who had once found Santa Anna's theatrical style colorfully exotic now complained that his unpredictable governance made business planning impossible. Diplomatic correspondence from this period reveals growing concern about Mexican political stability, with several European governments beginning to question whether Santa Anna's continued leadership was compatible with their own commercial and strategic interests in the region. The maintenance costs associated with the monument had become a source of public resentment during Mexico's economic difficulties. Citizens who struggled to meet their basic needs found it increasingly difficult to justify the public expenditure required to maintain such an elaborate memorial to one man's body part. The monument that had once symbolized national gratitude for Santa Anna's sacrifice was now seen as evidence of governmental misplaced priorities and fiscal irresponsibility. The international attention that the monument continued to attract was also becoming a source of embarrassment rather than pride. Foreign visitors who came to see the famous grave often left with impressions that reflected poorly on Mexican political culture and governmental priorities. The monument that had been intended to demonstrate Mexican cultural sophistication was increasingly viewed as evidence of political immaturity and theatrical excess. The religious questions that had always surrounded the monument became more pressing as political attitudes towards Santa Anna changed. Church officials who had once been willing to provide religious legitimacy to the elaborate memorial now found themselves uncomfortable with its implications for Catholic teaching about death, burial, and the proper relationship between secular and religious authority. The monument's quasi-religious character seemed increasingly inappropriate in a context where Santa Anna's political legitimacy had been completely discredited. The symbolic power of the monument as a representation of Santa Anna's continued presence in Mexican political life, made it a natural target for opposition sentiment. Even with the general himself in exile, the elaborate memorial served as a reminder of his theatrical approach to leadership and his claims to special status among Mexican political figures. The monument's very existence seemed to suggest that Santa Anna's influence might somehow survive his political downfall, making its destruction a logical step in the process of eliminating his legacy. The idea of exhuming the leg seems to have emerged spontaneously from the crowd, psychology that often characterizes revolutionary moments, when ordinary citizens find themselves swept up in events larger than their individual intentions. Picture the conversations that must have taken place in the cantinas and markets of the capital, where people who had attended the original funeral 5 years earlier now found themselves contemplating the symbolic power of reversing that ceremony. The leg had been buried as a sacred relic. Perhaps it was time for it to be treated as the remnant of a discredited regime. The psychological dynamics that led to the decision to exhume Santa Anna's leg revealed the complex ways in which popular anger seeks symbolic expression during periods of political upheaval. The preserved limb represented not just Santa Anna personally, but the entire system of theatrical leadership that he had embodied. Its destruction would serve both as practical revenge against the fallen general and as symbolic rejection of the political culture he had represented. The organizational aspects of the exhumation plan revealed the sophistication of popular political action during the revolutionary period. While the idea may have emerged spontaneously, its execution required coordination among different groups and careful attention to timing and logistics. The citizens who planned the cemetery action understood that their symbolic gesture needed to be dramatic enough to attract attention, while avoiding violence that might discredit their broader political objectives. The legal considerations surrounding the exhumation were complex and probably not fully understood by the participants. The leg had been legally buried in consecrated ground with appropriate religious and governmental authorization, making its removal technically an act of grave robbing, regardless of its symbolic significance. However, the revolutionary context provided a kind of popular legitimacy that transcended normal legal constraints, allowing ordinary citizens to take actions that would have been unthinkable under normal circumstances. The religious dimensions of the proposed exhumation created additional complications. The cemetery was consecrated ground under church authority, and the removal of remains without proper religious approval violated Catholic teachings about the proper treatment of the dead. However, the complex theological questions surrounding the burial of a severed limb from a living person created uncertainty about exactly what religious rules applied to Santa Anna's unusual memorial. The social composition of the group that planned the exhumation reflected the broad-based nature of opposition to Santa Anna's rule. Working-class citizens who had suffered under his economic policies coordinated with middle-class professionals who demanded institutional accountability, while merchants who needed stable government joined with intellectuals who rejected theatrical politics. This diverse coalition demonstrated that hostility to Santa Anna's legacy crossed traditional social and economic boundaries. The religious community, which had provided crucial legitimacy to Santa Anna's funeral ceremony, was also experiencing doubts about the general's leadership. Many clergy had grown uncomfortable with the increasingly autocratic nature of his rule, while others questioned whether his theatrical approach to governance was compatible with Christian principles of humility and service. The archbishop, who had blessed Santa Anna's leg in 1839, now maintained a studied neutrality in political matters, a silence that spoke volumes about the church's evolving assessment of the general's fitness for leadership. The timing of the exhumation was carefully calculated to maximize its symbolic impact, while minimizing the risk of governmental interference. The planners waited until Santa Anna's departure had been confirmed, and his remaining supporters had been neutralized, ensuring that their action would face minimal organized resistance. They also chose a moment when popular anger was at its peak, guaranteeing that their symbolic gesture would receive widespread public support. The mob that gathered at the Santa Paula Cemetery on that December day in 1844 was composed of the same mix of social classes that had witnessed the original funeral, but their mood was entirely different. Picture these faces, animated now not by patriotic reverence, but by the kind of carnival atmosphere that sometimes accompanies the overthrow of unpopular leaders. There were working people who had struggled under Santa Anna's economic policies, middle-class citizens who had grown tired of his theatrical excesses, and even some members of the elite who had decided that their own interests were better served by public participation in his symbolic humiliation. The crowd that assembled at the cemetery represented a remarkable cross-section of Mexico City society. Artisans who had contributed their skills to Santa Anna's elaborate ceremonies, now came to witness the destruction of what they had helped create. Merchants who had profited from the commercial activity generated by the general's theatrical displays now participated in the ritual humiliation of his memory. Professional men who had once composed speeches celebrating Santa Anna's sacrifice now joined in the collective repudiation of his political legacy. The women who participated in the cemetery gathering played particularly important roles in legitimizing the action. Mexican women had been central to the religious and social networks that had supported Santa Anna's cult of personality, and their participation in its destruction sent a powerful message about the complete collapse of his popular support. Many of these women had attended the original funeral with their families, and their presence at the exhumation created a sense of historical continuity that enhanced the symbolic power of the reversal. The children who accompanied their parents to the cemetery provided another layer of symbolic significance to the event. Many of these young people had been present at Santa Anna's funeral as small children, and their participation in the exhumation represented the rejection of his legacy by a new generation of Mexicans. The education that these children received through witnessing the destruction of Santa Anna's monument would shape their understanding of political authority and popular sovereignty for years to come. The elderly citizens who participated in the cemetery action brought their own historical perspectives to the event. Some had lived through the colonial period and remembered the elaborate ceremonies of Spanish rule, while others had witnessed Mexico's independence struggle and could compare Santa Anna's theatrical leadership to earlier political traditions. Their participation lent additional legitimacy to the action while demonstrating that opposition to Santa Anna crossed generational as well as social boundaries. The international observers present at the cemetery provided external validation for the action, while ensuring that news of Santa Anna's symbolic humiliation would spread beyond Mexico's borders. Foreign residents who had once found the general's theatrical style colorfully entertaining now witnessed the destruction of his most elaborate creation, providing first-hand testimony to the complete reversal of his political fortunes. The exhumation itself was conducted with a kind of ritualistic precision that mirrored, in reverse, the elaborate ceremony of the original burial. Picture the moment when the shovels first broke the earth above the grave, revealing the ornate urn that had been crafted with such care 5 years earlier. The crystal container that had once seemed to elevate its contents to the level of sacred relic now appeared merely grotesque, a preserved piece of flesh that had outlived its political usefulness and become an embarrassment to the nation that had once honored it. The actual digging required to reach Santa Anna's urn took several hours, during which the crowd maintained its festive atmosphere through songs, speeches, and impromptu entertainment. The physical labor of exhumation was shared among volunteers who competed for the honor of participating directly in the destruction of Santa Anna's monument. The communal nature of the work reinforced the democratic character of the action while ensuring that responsibility for the grave's violation was widely distributed. The discovery of the crystal urn created a moment of dramatic tension, as the crowd prepared to confront the physical reality of what they had come to destroy. The preserved leg, visible through the crystal walls of its container, represented the intersection of the sacred and the grotesque that had always characterized Santa Anna's approach to political symbolism. The urn's elaborate craftsmanship and expensive materials served as reminders of the public resources that had been devoted to honoring one man's body part. The general's political fortunes had been declining for some time, eroded by a series of military defeats and domestic policies that had gradually alienated the various constituencies that had once supported him. The same theatrical instincts that had made the leg funeral such a memorable spectacle had led Santa Anna into increasingly grandiose displays of power that seemed disconnected from the practical needs of governing a young nation struggling with economic difficulties and external pressures. Picture the growing gap between the elaborate ceremonies that marked his public appearances and the daily realities faced by ordinary citizens who found themselves dealing with inflation, political instability, and the sense that their leaders were more concerned with spectacle than substance. The removal of the urn from its grave required additional care due to its weight and fragility. The crystal container had been designed for permanent interment rather than portability, making its extraction a challenging operation that required coordination among multiple participants. The technical difficulties involved in removing the urn added to the ceremony's dramatic tension while providing opportunities for additional symbolic gestures. The religious ceremonies that had accompanied the original burial were conspicuously absent from the exhumation, creating a deliberately secular atmosphere that emphasized the political rather than spiritual dimensions of the action. The absence of clergy from the cemetery gathering sent a clear message about the church's attitude towards Santa Anna's legacy, while avoiding religious complications that might have compromised the action's legitimacy. The leg itself, when it was finally removed from its crystal prison, bore little resemblance to the heroic relic that had been the focus of so much ceremonial attention. The preserving alcohol had done its work, but time and chemistry had transformed what had once been a symbol of patriotic sacrifice into something that seemed to mock the very idea of political heroism. Picture the moment when the crowd first glimpsed the contents of the urn, their expressions shifting from anticipation to a mixture of revulsion and grim satisfaction as they contemplated the physical reality of what they had come to retrieve. The physical condition of Santa Anna's preserved leg after 5 years of interment was both better and worse than the crowd had expected. The alcohol had prevented decay, but it had also created chemical changes that made the limb appear alien and unnatural. The flesh that had once been pink and recognizably human had taken on a grey, pickled appearance that emphasized its artificially preserved nature. The sight of this transformed appendage served as a powerful metaphor for the corruption of Santa Anna's political legacy. The smell released when the urn was opened added another sensory dimension to the crowd's experience of Santa Anna's humiliation. The preserving alcohol had created a sharp, medicinal odor that mixed unpleasantly with the organic smells of the cemetery and the human heat of the assembled crowd. This olfactory assault reinforced the visceral nature of the crowd's rejection of Santa Anna's theatrical legacy, while adding an element of physical discomfort that enhanced the ritualistic aspects of the destruction. The symbolic significance of the leg's altered appearance was not lost on the crowd, many of whom interpreted the limb's unnatural preservation as a metaphor for Santa Anna's artificial approach to political leadership. Just as the preserved flesh bore little resemblance to living tissue, the general's theatrical politics had borne little resemblance to authentic governance. The crowd's revulsion at the sight of the pickled limb reflected their broader rejection of the political culture it represented. The technical aspects of removing the leg from its crystal container required additional improvisation, as the urn had been designed to protect its contents permanently rather than facilitate their removal. The crowd's solutions to these practical challenges became part of the ritual itself, with each problem and solution adding to the ceremonial character of the destruction. The difficulties involved in extracting the leg emphasized the thoroughness of the rejection while providing opportunities for additional symbolic gestures. The decision to drag the leg through the streets of Mexico City was not the result of careful planning, but rather emerged from the spontaneous dynamics of crowd behavior, where individual restraint gives way to collective action that no single participant would have undertaken alone. Picture the rope being tied around the preserved limb, transforming what had once been honored as a sacred relic into a grotesque puppet that would be made to dance for the amusement of the very people who had once been expected to revere it. The improvised nature of the decision to parade the leg through the city reflected the democratic character of the crowd's action. No single leader commanded the mob. Instead, decisions emerged from the collective will of the participants, as they responded to the opportunities and challenges presented by their unprecedented situation. This spontaneous democracy in action provided a stark contrast to Santa Anna's autocratic approach to leadership, while demonstrating alternative forms of political organization. The practical challenges involved in preparing the leg for its journey through the city required creativity and cooperation among the crowd members. The preserved limb was too fragile to be dragged directly over cobblestones, but too unwieldy to be carried easily by hand. The solutions that emerged from these practical problems became part of the ritual itself, with each improvisation adding to the ceremonial significance of the action. The military disasters that had befallen Mexico during Santa Anna's recent tenure created particular problems for a leader whose reputation had been built on martial prowess. The loss of Texas in 1836 had been a severe blow to national pride, while subsequent military campaigns had revealed serious deficiencies in Mexican military organization and leadership. Officers who had once been willing to overlook Santa Anna's theatrical excesses in exchange for the prestige of serving under a famous general now began to question whether his leadership was actually detrimental to Mexican military effectiveness. The rope that was ultimately used to drag the leg had symbolic significance beyond its practical utility. The cord transformed the preserved limb from a static memorial into a mobile object of ridicule, allowing it to be manipulated and humiliated in ways that would have been impossible if it had remained in its grave. The rope also created a physical connection between the crowd and Santa Anna's remains, allowing ordinary citizens to literally control and direct the movement of what had once been an object of veneration. The psychological transformation of the crowd as they prepared to drag Santa Anna's leg through the streets was remarkable to contemporary observers. Citizens who had begun the day as individual protesters gradually coalesced into a collective entity with its own momentum and purpose. The shared experience of violating a sacred site and handling preserved human remains created bonds among the participants that transcended their normal social and economic differences. The anticipation that built as the crowd prepared to begin its procession through Mexico City was palpable to all present. Participants understood that they were about to engage in an action that would be remembered for generations, and the weight of this historical responsibility created an atmosphere of excitement mixed with solemnity. The transition from exhumation to procession marked a shift from destruction to creation, as the crowd began to construct new meanings from the ruins of Santa Ana's political symbolism. The procession that followed was the dark mirror image of the funeral ceremony that had taken place 5 years earlier, where the original event had been characterized by dignity, solemnity, and carefully orchestrated patriotic display. This reverse ceremony was marked by chaos, laughter, and the kind of cruel humor that often accompanies the fall of the powerful. Picture the leg being dragged through the cobblestone streets, bouncing and rolling behind the crowd like a macabre toy, while onlookers cheered and jeered in equal measure. The contrast between the two processions could not have been more complete. The funeral had featured military bands, formal speeches, and elaborate decorations, while the exhumation procession was characterized by improvised songs, spontaneous oration, and decorations consisting mainly of refuse thrown at the preserved limb. The organized solemnity of the funeral was replaced by the anarchic joy of popular revenge, creating a perfect example of how political symbols can be completely transformed through changes in context and interpretation. The pace of the reverse procession was determined by the crowd's energy, rather than ceremonial protocol, where the funeral had moved with deliberate slowness to maximize its dignity and impact. The exhumation parade proceeded at whatever speed the mob's enthusiasm dictated. This difference in tempo reflected the fundamental distinction between the two events. One had been a carefully orchestrated performance designed to create lasting impressions, while the other was a spontaneous expression of popular will that valued authentic emotion over theatrical effect. The route of this grotesque parade seemed to follow, almost inevitably, the same streets that had witnessed the original funeral procession. The crowd moved with the instinctive understanding that symbolic actions require symbolic geography, that the humiliation of Santa Ana's relic needed to occur in the same spaces where it had once been honored. Picture the irony of this journey, as the preserved leg retraced its path through the capital, but now as an object of derision rather than veneration. The selection of the procession route was not accidental, but reflected the crowd's sophisticated understanding of political symbolism. By following the same path that Santa Ana's leg had taken during its funeral, the mob was consciously reversing the meaning of those spaces and transforming sites of former veneration into locations of humiliation. This geographical reversal served as a powerful metaphor for the complete transformation of Santa Ana's political status, while ensuring that the symbolic impact of the action would be maximized. The buildings that lined the route carried their own historical significance as witnesses to both ceremonies. The same balconies that had been draped with flowers and flags for the funeral now provided viewing platforms for citizens who had come to witness Santa Ana's symbolic destruction. The contrast between the two occasions was visible in the very architecture of the city, as buildings that had once been decorated to honor the general now displayed signs of popular celebration at his downfall. The commercial establishments along the procession route reflected the changing economic relationship between Santa Ana and the Mexican people. Shops that had once sold commemorative items, celebrating the general's sacrifice, now offered refreshments to the crowd that was destroying his memorial. The vendors who had profited from Santa Ana's theatrical politics now found new opportunities in the business of his symbolic humiliation, demonstrating the adaptability of commercial enterprise to changing political circumstances. The economic policies implemented during Santa Ana's rule had created widespread hardship that affected every level of Mexican society. His government's reliance on foreign loans and heavy taxation had strained the nation's finances while providing few visible benefits to ordinary citizens. The elaborate ceremonies that Santa Ana favored, including the ongoing maintenance of his leg's monument, seemed increasingly inappropriate given the economic difficulties facing the country. Even his traditional supporters among the wealthy classes began to question whether his leadership was compatible with Mexico's long-term economic development. The residential neighborhoods, through which the procession passed, provided additional insights into the social composition of Santa Ana's opposition. Wealthy districts that had once welcomed the general's ceremonial appearances now witnessed his humiliation with apparent satisfaction, while working-class areas that had suffered under his economic policies celebrated his downfall with particular enthusiasm. The procession's route thus served as a kind of political survey, revealing the breadth and depth of opposition to Santa Ana's continued influence. The international observers who witnessed the procession provided external perspectives on the dramatic reversal of Santa Anna's fortunes. Foreign diplomats who had once been required to attend the general's elaborate ceremonies now found themselves watching the destruction of his most famous creation. Their reports to their home governments documented not just the specific events of the day, but the broader transformation of Mexican political culture that the procession represented. The buildings that lined the procession route had once been decorated with flowers and flags for the original ceremony, but now their windows and balconies were filled with spectators who had come to witness the final degradation of a symbol that had once embodied national pride. Picture these observers, their faces reflecting the complex mixture of emotions that accompanies the symbolic destruction of political authority, satisfaction at the humiliation of a discredited leader, but also perhaps a certain unease at the violence being done to what had once been treated as sacred. The spectators who gathered to watch the procession represented every segment of Mexican society, from wealthy aristocrats who observed from their private balconies to street vendors who abandoned their work to follow the crowd. This universal participation in Santa Anna's humiliation demonstrated the extent to which his political support had collapsed, while the diversity of the observers ensured that news of his symbolic destruction would spread throughout all levels of society. The emotional responses of the spectators were as varied as their social backgrounds. Some observers cheered enthusiastically as Santa Anna's leg was dragged past their homes, while others watched in stunned silence as they processed the symbolic significance of what they were witnessing. A few elderly citizens who remembered the original funeral were seen weeping, though whether from sadness at Santa Anna's fall or from joy at his humiliation was not always clear. The children who watched the procession from windows and doorways were receiving an education in political symbolism that would shape their understanding of authority and popular sovereignty for years to come. Many of these young people had been too small to understand the significance of Santa Anna's original funeral, but they were old enough to grasp the meaning of his symbolic destruction. The lessons they learned about the relationship between leaders and citizens would influence Mexican political culture for generations. The religious implications of the spectacle were not lost on observers who understood the quasi-sacred character of Santa Anna's original burial. The transformation of a religious ceremony into a secular carnival represented a fundamental shift in how Mexicans understood the relationship between political authority and spiritual legitimacy. The crowd's willingness to desecrate what had once been treated as a sacred relic demonstrated the complete collapse of Santa Anna's claim to special status among Mexican leaders. The artistic and literary observers who witnessed the procession found in it rich material for works that would document and interpret this unique moment in Mexican history. Writers who had once composed elaborate verses celebrating Santa Anna's sacrifice now created satirical works that captured the grotesque comedy of his downfall. Visual artists sketched the scenes they witnessed, creating documentary records that would preserve the memory of the procession for future generations. The leg's journey through the city was punctuated by stops where members of the crowd took turns expressing their accumulated grievances against the fallen general. Picture these impromptu speeches, delivered by ordinary citizens who had found their voices in the revolutionary moment, as they used Santa Anna's preserved limb as a prop for their denunciations of his rule. The leg, which had once been the subject of elaborate poetry celebrating patriotic sacrifice, now became the focus of crude verses that mocked both the general and the citizens who had once been willing to honor his theatrical gestures. The spontaneous oratory that emerged during the procession revealed the sophisticated political consciousness of ordinary Mexican citizens. Speakers who had never before addressed public audiences found themselves capable of eloquent denunciations of Santa Anna's rule, drawing on years of accumulated resentment to create powerful critiques of theatrical leadership and autocratic governance. These impromptu speeches demonstrated that the crowd's action was not simply destructive, but represented a positive assertion of democratic values and popular sovereignty. And so we reach the end of our gentle journey through one of history's most peculiar tales, a story that reminds us that truth can indeed be stranger than fiction, and that the human capacity for theatrical gesture knows few bounds. As you settle more deeply into comfort, perhaps adjusting your pillow one final time, consider how the distance of nearly 2 centuries allows us to view General Santa Anna's extraordinary funeral with the kind of bemused affection we might reserve for the elaborate games of childhood. The leg that once commanded the attention of a nation, that was honored with poetry and buried with military honors, that was later dragged through streets by an angry mob, has long since returned to the dust from which all things come. Yet its story persists, a gentle reminder that even our most serious moments contain within them the seeds of comedy, and that the symbols we create to honor ourselves may outlive our intentions in ways we never anticipate. In the soft darkness of your bedroom, far removed from the heat and tumult of 1840s Mexico City, you can rest easy knowing that our modern world, while not without its own theatrical tendencies, has generally moved beyond the kind of elaborate spectacles that characterized Santa Anna's era. The general story serves as a distant echo from a time when the boundaries between the sacred and the absurd were drawn with different hands than our own, when a man could hold a state funeral for his own severed limb and be taken seriously, at least for a while. Perhaps there is something comforting in the knowledge that even the most grandiose human gestures eventually find their proper proportion in the vast catalogue of human experience. Santa Anna's leg, which once seemed so important that it merited its own funeral, now exists only in the gentle realm of historical curiosity, a reminder that time has a way of reducing even our most dramatic moments to their essential human scale. As sleep begins to claim you, let the story of the general and his ceremoniously buried leg serve as a lullaby of sorts, a tale that speaks to the enduring human need for meaning and recognition, even when that need expresses itself in ways that seem strange to later generations. In the democracy of dreams that awaits you, perhaps you too can find the proper balance between the serious and the absurd, the meaningful and the merely theatrical, that allows us all to navigate the complex business of being human with both dignity and humor. Rest well, and may your own dreams be filled with simpler ceremonies and gentler spectacles than those that occupied the imagination of General Antonio López de Santa Anna on that long-ago February morning, when he chose to honor his severed leg with the pomp and circumstance typically reserved for fallen heroes.